Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a good wherever you are. My name is JP. This is Websites for Beginners, and we are doing bricks, baby. Before I say anything about bricks, let's have a look at the website we will be creating. This is going to be a straight up one-pager website like usual for Module 1, and we are creating this Taco Fusion Cape Malay website for a taco shop that's not traditional South African food, but it is fused with Cape Malay cuisine, something that you find a lot here in the Cape Town areas in the Western Cape of South Africa. It is a one-pager, 5 sections to keep it simple so you can get behind bricks. We build out this massive, and I call it a massive Euro section. There is so many things going on here. Blocks, divs, flex, the works. And we're also going to be working with masks. From here, our hero section, we go onto a nice card section where we talk about the types of food. We're building all of this from scratch. This is kind of how it works in bricks. There's very little hand holding. If you want all that full control, you're going to get here. Also note that we are keeping the colors very straight, no weird backgrounds. And about our section, a little bit about the owners, husband and wife. And then over here, that testimonial section that we all want, again, a card section. And finally, we'll end it off with our contact section. This is the page that we will be creating, as well as this little navigation menu at the top that gives us jump links to the rest on the page. Great. And from here, all we have to do is jump into the bricks builder, and you can go have a quick look as how it looks in the backend. I'm using the light theme here. Everything created from scratch within bricks. So let's talk quickly about bricks. Now, bricks is one of those WordPress builders that came onto the market a few years ago. I got it at the very beginning, and the reason I got it is I come from this background of working with software like Quark, Express, and InDesign, where you really have all that control over where you want to put everything on the page. Every pixel counts, and you have all of that power to create the design you really want. What bricks does is it gives you more or less that as well, even though there is the consensus that bricks is actually geared towards a community of web development. Now, if you don't know what web development is, or you don't work with Figma, don't care about that. At Websites for Beginners, we give you the tutorials that include no coding. Yes, we're going to do no coding, and that means as well, no CSS. Yeah, I know you think of bricks. Oh, I must have CSS. No CSS, not in Module 1, 2, 3, or 4, because this is Websites for Beginners. In Module 1, we're also not going to work with classes. No classes in bricks? Yes, it can be done. And the reason I'm not tackling classes in Module 1 is because I just think we can do that in Module 2. Let's stick to the basics. And there's one more thing that I've gotten so many requests, and that is clamping. Why don't you show us clamping? Hey, clamping is a little bit advanced. To show someone at a beginner's level what clamping is, I have to teach you what is clamping. And we can cover that maybe Module 3 or 4. But maybe in bricks, I'll bring that already into Module 2 because bricks is geared towards that. So don't get excited about CSS because it's not going to happen. Do not worry about classes. We're going to simplify it. And clamping will show you how it works. But for these basic websites, you don't need that, regardless of what everyone says. That brings me to the question, who is this tutorial for? This tutorial is the same like any other tutorial on Websites for Beginners. I've identified 3 groups that we work with. If you are an agency and you are very well versed in how builders work, you probably are not interested in these tutorials. You already know a lot. But if you are that person, number 1, who just want to create that one website for yourself or for your auntie, then this is kind of the tutorials. It's not going to be a 1-hour tutorial, never. But after you finish these tutorials, you'll be able to create a crochet website for her in no time. The second group is actually the same group from the first one, but you want to make websites, maybe to make a little bit of income, so you want to learn about it. That's you as well. Then, like in this case, for those small business owners or people who have a business, they want to set up their own website, they don't want to spend money, they just want to know how to do it. This is also the tutorial for you. But I think when it comes to bricks, I want to say there's one group that I usually focus on as well. Bricks is going to be especially for that group, and that is the hobbyist, the person who's just interested in page builder. What? There are people who are interested in page builders and never build websites? Yeah, there are many of them. And if you are one of them, or you are just interested to see what's happening in the world of bricks, you are maybe working with another page builder and you want to see how bricks can compete, then this tutorial is also for you. So head on over, follow the link in the description below, go check out what bricks is all about, and in the coming videos I will show you everything that you need to know, how to practice it, how to build it, how to install it, and we'll do that in this regular 4-module breakdown that we do here at Websites for Beginners. Module 1 is one-pager. Module 2 is going to be multi-pages, where we also bring in more cross-page navigation, forms, and pop-ups. And then Module 3, we will look at blogging, and Module 4, will be about WooCommerce. As always, these tutorials are longer, and that brings us to the values, or rather the focus points here at Websites for Beginners. The first one is that this is a no coding experience. We're never going to bring in coding. That includes CSS. You don't need it. The second thing is we like to focus on beginners. I like to use the word absolute beginners, rather that's a phrase, to really focus on people who have very little background in website design. They don't want to go into massive websites or make a huge career out of it. You're just curious about it and maybe make a little bit money down the line. And lastly, comprehensive solutions. I've watched many tutorials because I like to watch tutorials what others are doing. And most of the tutorials you will find for any page builder online is actually marketing oriented. That's just how it is. A lot of people will give you an hour or 2-hour video, but they don't really show you how you start, how you do this, and how everything fits together. Their purpose is for you to watch so they can collect the money and also market the product in between for affiliation. This is not the focus here. We really focus on education, and that's why it brings me to the 4th principle, that is keep it straight and simple. As you saw, this website that we are creating doesn't contain animation. It doesn't contain weird hover effects. There's no page junk. That is my personal design philosophy. Over years, I've discovered those things are distractions. They are unnecessary, and you spend more time on them when building out your website than actually the content that matters. So we keep it straight and simple, and then you can watch the smaller videos here and on other channels if you want to learn all those fancy maneuvers. This tutorial is presented in chapters, but we also have a complete video for it, and you can always go visit us at w4b.io if you got lost a little bit and want to know what's going on, what goes where. Check out the videos for other page builders. We've done some great stuff for breakdowns if you're interested in that. We're working on Divi. Took a little bit break on Divi because I want a few things sorted out before we tackle Module 3 and Module 4. And as such, because these tutorials get a little bit longer, because they are so comprehensive and a complete solution, timestamps for the long video in the description below. Let's jump into Bricks Module 1. This is going to be fun. I like it. This is a fierce builder. It is ferocious, and I truly love it. Let's get into it. And just a quick word. Thank you very much for the support that I've received on this channel. I appreciate all the messages I get, and I hope that this one is also going to blow your mind. Let's get started. If you want to try bricks for free, I mean just practice along for free, there is a way you can do it. They have a complete playground for that. And then once you've made up your mind and you think this is something you want to do, let's talk about premium, and I'll show you what I'll be doing with the local WordPress setup. Hop on over to Bricks Builder and you can follow the link in the description below. At the top in the right corner, you will see there's the option to try bricks. What this is going to do is create an environment in which you can work within WordPress for free, trying bricks. Of course, it's not a live website and it's just for practice. Sign up here, create your account. I've already done it. I'll go ahead and log in. Once you log in, you will see the WordPress environment. What is important here is that you notice here in the top right corner, this is actually a multi-site. So what the bricks developers are doing, they are giving you access to their multi-site and then creating a WordPress sandbox for you to play around in. This is the one that I previously tried. All I do is click on it and you'll be getting one as well. And from here, note that it works just like anything else in WordPress. You can create pages, you can set it up, you can view it, and then you go ahead and you edit it in bricks. And if you don't know how to do that, we'll do that in the next coming tutorials. I just played around a little bit here. And that's how you work in the free sandbox environment. This is different than your Bricks account. This is the sandbox environment, the playground, where you can go and try bricks. That is the try option. You've tested it, you like it, so you want to buy it, and then you go to get bricks. This is maybe a scare the first time you see the pricing, but it is competitive to the market. However, there is the ultimate lifetime option, which few page builders nowadays offer. Big important thing to take note of here is that bricks do not run specials on the ultimate lifetime. In fact, if you think you're going to wait until Black Friday and you come back to see if the unlimited website's ultimate lifetime is on a discount, the price may have increased. This gradually increases over the years as more functions are added. So if you have a website that you want to do in bricks and you're going to run it for 10 years, you make the calculation. 79 times 10, it's $800. Go for this one. If you're going to create more than one website, 3 plus more, then unlimited is the way to go. Unless you really just want to try it for a year and you're not sure, then yep, this is the way you have to go. And there's a 60-day money back guarantee. So once you do that, you go ahead, you click Get Ultimate. This is what I will do. And you sign up and you create your account. Inside your account, you're going to have access to the latest Bricks theme that you can download, licenses, as well as managing your sites. We'll look at that a little bit more in the upcoming tutorials. One quick note from my side is that while I'm working, I'll be using this platform called Local. It used to be Local by Flywheel. It had different names. Local is a way that you can practice WordPress for free on your computer. It's not hosted anywhere else in the world. It's right there on your computer. So it's basically not live, but it's a great place for you to try, and it's for free as well. So you can follow the link in the description below. If you already have bought bricks or any other page builder that you want to practice in WordPress and you just want to see how it will work, then you can migrate it later if you want to make it a live website. There's also hosting options, but I just want to show you I'll be using Local. And how I will do that is I'll go here to the plus, add a local site, and then I will say Bricks 2026. I'll call it M1, Bricks 2026 M1. Continue, and then it's just going to ask me for a username. And I'll give it my regular password. That if you figure this out, my life is gone. And then sign up. And that's it. After this, it's going to just ask permission to install it on my computer. And this is less than a minute that this whole setup takes. And from here, I'll just make a few changes to make sure it runs the way that I would like it to run. That is really quick. A few things, like I said, I want to change here. I'm going to say to trust the SSL. Even though you trust it and you approve it, it's still going to say that the site is not safe. But remember, it's a local site, so it's not a big deal. For the PHP version, I'll just go to the 8.5 latest and I'll say apply. And this will quickly install the latest PHP version. You don't know what PHP version is? Just update it. And then I like this option, one-click admin. When you select this, it will automatically open the page with you as the admin. You don't have to log in. Next, click on WP admin here, and it's going to open in your default browser the WordPress installation. And that's it. In a jiffy, I have created this. From here, I do the regular thing. I'll just clean up a little bit. I'll go to my posts and I'll delete Hello World. And then I'll say empty bin. Go to my pages, do the same here, bulk delete. Bulk actions, what do I want to do here? Move to bin and apply. Same thing, go to my bin, empty bin. And then plugins, there should be nothing. And if we go to settings, permalinks, because it's set up with local, it's already put to the post name here, so no changes I have to make here. I want to change a few other things like the time and the name and the site icon, but we're going to do that in a final chapter. for this module 1. We are ready now with WordPress to get bricks and install it. Welcome back. We're going to look at how you install bricks into WordPress and how it looks in the backend. First things first is you have to head on over to your account page, and from here you click the download bricks theme, the latest one over here. If for some reason you want to go for a previous version, you're not happy with the current release, there are all the old ones to choose from, many to choose from, but the latest one is the greatest. For those adventurous ones out there, the beta versions also appear here. There's currently one in working, and I have a suspicion by the end I'm done with this, there's a few UI changes where the style manager is going to appear. Those things may move around a little bit, so just be aware of that. Go ahead and click on Download Bricks Theme. Back in WordPress, let's go and install it. Remember it said Bricks Theme. You may be inclined to go to plugins and add it as a plugin, but as it is a theme, under Appearance, you go to Themes. Then add theme, upload theme, and then open your Finder, your Explorer, get the zip you downloaded, and open, select Install Now. Life is still precious when you see this screen, activate, and everything drops in. Bricks is now here in the navigation sidebar on the left, and on the right it will say activate your license, something you will have to do. Bricks is giving me this warning, and it's got nothing to do with Bricks or your WordPress. It's everything because I am using local, and that is with this SSL. Even though I say trusted, it's not yet set up within WordPress. So Bricks says please update your WordPress URLs under Settings General. So what I will do, I'll do that first, just so that this annoying box can disappear. Go to my Settings, General, WordPress address bar here, and site address. All I do is I add an S after the P, so it becomes HTTPS. The S is just that security, the SSL. Scroll to the bottom, select Save Changes, and from here it wants me to sign in again. I will do that. What is my sign in? Let me remember that. And then the password. I'll select Remember Me just in case and login. And I can even save it. Next time it will be much easier. Once I've gotten rid of that little box, the next one is to activate the license. Select Activate License. And for this, you hop on back into your Bricks account, go to Licenses, and copy your license from there. I'm not going to show you, of course. You get your license, you copy, come back, paste your license, and activate license. Let's have a look at what has happened in the back end. First, we go to Appearance and Themes, and you can see Bricks has been installed as a theme, and it is activated, runs here, and then in the navigation sidebar on the left, we have Bricks as a label here. Select, and this will give you the Getting Started page. There's a lot of good stuff here, getting started, some tutorials for that, and you can check the rest out. We have here also templates, settings, a lot of settings in Bricks. We'll cover a few of them in Module 1. We'll add more as it go on. Many other page builders, you hardly work that often with settings, but Bricks gives you a lot of control over things that you didn't even know you wanted control over. Under the settings, you have elements. All the elements that appear in Bricks will be here, and you can disable those that you are never going to use. The majority of the elements within page builders I don't use. I stick to the basics and then a few strange ones here and there. And it's nice just to disable them. It makes less cluttered, but we leave them all on for now. In Module 2, we'll bring in custom fonts, so we'll do that here. And then nice feature here, sidebars. We'll talk about that in Module 3. Then you have your system information and, of course, where we have added the license. And that is everything in the backend for Bricks. Now we can start building. We're busy with the easy stuff, and that is the setup. Let's begin creating our first page and set it to our home page. We go to Pages, and currently, as it is a new installation of WordPress, no pages. Add page and just call it Home. Simple one. home, and publish again. From here, to get into the Bricks editor, go to the top left corner where you see the yellow button, edit with Bricks, and in a jiffy, it opens the Bricks builder for us. A great, fast builder. Yo, I'm very impressed with the speed of this builder. We'll talk about the interface in a bit. How do I get back to WordPress? And the first time you will be hunting around for how do I get back to WordPress, here is one option, edit in WordPress. And then we have this B, go to view on front end. But just note that all the way to the right, you also have this view on front end. What I do is I can customize this B for Bricks, and I like to do it, and it takes me directly to the dashboard of WordPress. This one here, edit in WordPress, and I'm jumping left, right. Let's click on it, edit in WordPress. It takes me back to the Gutenberg editor. Usually I don't want to come here. I just want to go back into WordPress because we set this up once. Click on edit with Bricks. And once we're back in the builder, let's go to the B for Bricks in the top left corner, select go to, and we're on the front end. Again, this is not where I want to be. But while we are here, click on the W and we go to the back end. And I'll just go ahead and close these guys. Right. I talked about the settings in the previous video. That's where we head on over. Sidebar on the left, Bricks, and select Settings. A number of tabs here at the top. Select Builder as that B for Bricks, that yellow little icon is in the builder. Scroll to Toolbar Logo Link. That's the B I showed you. And you can choose here what happens when you click on it. You can go to the home page, dashboard, post type, edit in WordPress, custom URL, or no link if you don't want it to work for you. For me, that is going to be dashboard. And then the option to open it in new tab. I like to toggle this on, but I found that I often get confused while I was preparing for this tutorial as to what was my latest save. Though I like this option for this tutorial to make sure I don't go completely mad, I'm going to keep it off. Now I've set the toolbar logo link to dashboard, and we scroll all the way to the bottom. Do not forget and select Save Settings. Now when I go into Bricks, let's go to our pages, and under my home page, just select a quick link here, edit with Bricks. And from the Bricks builder, now we are back here to the top left. Select go to dashboard, and in a jiffy, I am here. I like this setup a lot. You decide what you want to do with the B, or if you don't want anything to do with that. Final change, now that we have set up that home page, let's make sure that when I go to the front end, it actually displays my home page. Currently, if I click on visit site, it gives me nothing found because Bricks as a theme is overriding anything, and WordPress doesn't know what to show here on the front end. Go back to WordPress, Settings, and Reading. Your home page displays, we select a static page, and we only created one page, which is this one that we called Home. And once we've said that, also save changes. Go to Visit Site, click on it, and it shows Home. Well, what's going on here? Well, we haven't created anything within the Bricks builder. That's how it looks at this moment. While we are here, from the WordPress toolbar at the top, we select Edit with Bricks, and it takes us right into the builder. Groovy. I want to talk about the UI theme, the interface. We have light and dark mode, and by default it is in dark. I'm going to switch it to light. There's a reason. I have astigmatism, and if you don't know what that is, more than 10% of people have this. It's to do with the shape of your eye and how you bend light, and I find it really difficult to see text on a dark background. It looks blurry to me, and that's why the light option works better for me. So I know by default it is dark. I know also the majority of people like dark, but unfortunately I will switch to light. Here Bricks has done something very strange. They've put all of these settings that I'm so used to and many other builders are right within the builder. They've put it in the settings in Bricks in the WordPress backend. I wish those functions were here. That means I have to go to the dashboard. We've just changed the B icon up here, the logo, to go to dashboard. So I'll simply click on it, go to Bricks and Settings. This is the interface theme, so that will be under Builder. Select that, and Builder Mode. Set to Dark, we choose Light. There's a custom option, ignore that for now. With Light set up, go to the bottom, Save Settings, and I'll just go again to the front end and click on Edit with Bricks, and it will load the light interface for me. Having said this, I do think the dark version works very well in Bricks because everything is a little bit larger here. In other builders that I've been playing around with, the text gets really tiny and then it gets obscured in that dark background. But I actually think that Bricks does a pretty good job in the dark interface, and then the light one works for me very well. We are now within the builder. Let's have a look at what's going on here. Welcome back to Websites for Beginners. My name is JP. This is Module 1, one pager we'll be building out from scratch, taking it to absolute beginner level with the Bricks theme for WordPress. Let's have a look at what's going on here, and this will be a quick overview. I don't want to dive too deeply into this. We'll get hands-on with it very soon, and that's the best way to learn. I always think when I get to this part how many videos I often find online for a new product, and then it's basically a tutorial on how to use the product, and they spend 90% of just showing you the interface. This one is over here, and that one is over there. What a waste of time, right? So let's not waste too much time. The main work happens here in the middle. This is your canvas. This is where we build the page. And there's a few options here. We will look at them in the modules as they come. Toolbar at the top gives us settings here on the left with many other functions where we can add pages, manage templates, and where we will be accessing all our settings as well. On the right, here is our save options as well as the front end view. The left sidebar has two purposes, basically. One is all the elements, your building blocks for what you're going to be creating your website with. They appear here. And if you get any Bricks add-ons, yes, there are add-ons for Bricks, they will appear here as well. You see next to elements, there's something like components. We will talk about components in Module 2. Love this feature. But the elements, yeah, we're basically going to stick to layout and basic for most of the time. The second thing that you will find this sidebar is used for is the settings for any of these elements. Once the element comes onto the page, the settings appear here on the left. That's locked in. On the right, by default, this sidebar is open structure, and that's the only function the right sidebar has, is to show you the structure. You can take it away by going up here to the toolbar, and you can hide the structure. But I don't think I know of anyone who does that. The structure is super helpful, and it gives you so much flexibility and control to get into your page and make sure you go where you want to go and make the changes that you want to make. That's it. It's very familiar, very typical setup for a builder in WordPress. Now let's do a quick build in the next video. Just throw some random stuff onto the page. I want to show you in general how the elements work. And we can also look already at some of those things that are different in Bricks compared to other WordPress builders that you may have used before. All of that in the next chapter. Quick build. On the left, you see we have layout. Under layout, there are 4 elements. We're going to tackle all 4 of them in Module 1. They each have their use case, and you will see the more we work with this, the more intuitive this becomes. I love these 4 guys. They are my go-to building blocks. Well, they are the only ones. To bring in anything onto the page, you need a section. You can do that by clicking on the section. The easier way is to go onto the page and click here on the plus, and it will just give you the option to bring in a section. The reason it gives you that option is because there's nothing else. You must have a section. Without a section, you don't have anything going on the page. Select it, and the section appears on the page. With my cursor, as I hover, you can see that I go here to the left. I get the blue bounding box, and it says section. That tells me there's a section. As I go to the right, you will see there's a container. This is also visually displayed in the structure panel. That's why I say the structure panel is going to be super duper helpful for everything we do. You have the section and you have the container. The container will give you that constraint for the display in which the content will go. Let's bring in something like a heading so we can see what's going on. From the Elements toolbar on the left, under Basic there is Heading. You can click, hold and drag it. Then you will see that pink bar appears, and that's where you can drop it and place it. And let's do that. And once you've done that, hover over it and you can see now the same blue box with the label Heading appears. On the right, under Structure, we have Section, Container, Heading. Let's bring in something like a paragraph, which is the basic text. What I will do is I will click on I am heading. The moment you do that, the settings for the heading opens here in the sidebar on the left. Whenever you click on any element, whether it's the heading, the container, or the section, the settings will appear in the left sidebar. You can see as I go through them each time, the settings update to that particular element. The same happens when you go to the structure. You can click on section, container, heading, and the settings update in the left sidebar. Now the elements have disappeared. To add an element, go again to the toolbar at the top and select the plus. Now go to basic text for that paragraph that we want to add. Instead of holding and dragging, I'll simply click on it with my I am heading selected, and that will drop it below. And there's a little bit of sample text. I can select it. I have my settings again here on the left. Let's bring in another element like a button. We go to the plus and we look for our button. That should also be under basic, and click on it and it drops it under my text. To move any of these, simple click, hold and drag, and you see the pink bar, and you can move them into any place where you see the pink bar. So if I want to put it between the heading and the basic text element, I simply drag it in there. This is very sensitive in Bricks in such a way that sometimes you are really struggling to get it into that specific spot, especially if you are working with many columns and divs and blocks. For that, we'll tackle the structure panel a little bit more in depth in an upcoming video. To delete, go to the element you want to delete. In this case, it will be the button. Right click on it and you will see the context menu gives us many things that we can do here. For now, let's look at these two. Let's go to duplicate. I wanted to say delete, but we'll do duplicate first. Right click again. And this is very standard. You understand what is duplicate. It makes another copy. To delete, right click and delete. Right click and delete. Let's bring in the background, just make it a little bit more flashy. Select the section and the settings on the left. Now here we have an interesting setup that Bricks give us. Sometimes I love it and other times I wish it were done a little bit differently. The bottom line is you're going to see this from many page builders that you have a content option here as well as styling. That's where you set up colors, thickness of lines, etc. And the content is those things particular to the element. They are not always correctly separated. That makes this distinguish a little bit troublesome at points, but in most cases, 99.9%, this is going to work effectively. Under style, you will see there's layout, typography, background. Bricks brought in these little small, quick icons that you can click on. So instead of going to typography, you can just click here on typography and you learn these icons and they make for quick settings very, very quickly. If I go to my heading, and let's say I want to give my heading a border, then instead of going to style, collapsing this, and then looking for border, I can just simply go to the border icon on the left and select, and it will open it. Same thing, I want to go to content. There I am, layout. This is the way you do it. Otherwise, you go to the tab content and style, and then under style, you have your panels here and you select what you want to do. Select the section again. And we want to work with background. Under style, you can select background here, or from the left, I'll do that here, background. Bring in the image, select image, and that gives us the WordPress media library. Let me open up my file, and this is my quick build. We want to make a full hero section, full height hero section. Upload the image, and then insert, and it drops in. With the section selected, I now go to layout, and layout is where you're going to do your margins, your padding, and your sizing. I'll go to height And here, type in 100 VH for viewport height. You will note there is no selection for putting it on pixels or on M values. Those things aren't visible within bricks. By default, most of the cases, it will be pixels, PX. But I found the best way is just to type in the value as well as the measurement and just hit enter to make sure it's locked in. But you can see as I typed that, it immediately went to 100 viewport height, which is 100% of my browser viewport. Bricks from the beginning focused on flex controls. I love this feature. This is done under content. From the settings on the sidebar, select content. Your settings to flex here under display and grid, as well as the direction happens over here. Don't get worried if you don't understand what this is. What flex basically does, it allows you to determine where things appear within a container. So the container we are working with here is the section. And I want this container, this one here in the middle, to be here centered aligned. We go to align main axis and we put it on center and everything drops here. Well, we cannot see what's going on here with this heading. It's too dark. Select a heading, style, and we are going to work with the typography. Again, you can close this tab here and go to typography, or from the quick select on the left, just go to typography. Color, we go to the color palette, and here you have a color palette you can choose from, or you can go to the color picker and set it up from here. In this quick build, we'll do everything manually, but very soon we're going to go global. We're going to go to the style manager, and we're going to lock things in so that we don't have to every time enter these values. As I want it on white, I saw here under color palette that there is a white option, and I'll select white. Very simple. Let's change the font size. We make it bigger, 64, and you can see I just type 64. If you want to, you just add the PX for good measure and it will give you pixels. If you want to do M, let's go for 3M. Same thing. 3M, and there you go. Let's make it 4M. Value, whichever value you want to go for. You have your text alignment here, center, and this is where I'm very happy that Bricks does flex correctly. This shouldn't change unless you have paragraphs because this is a flex box. So if you want this to be center aligned, what you need to do is to go to the container in which this is housed, and that is the container. So hover, and you see the blue box, select the container, and then we go to content, because whenever we work with placement on the page, it will be under content. And we want to tell this container, everything inside you, I want it to be aligned to the center on the cross, the x-axis. And that's how I do it. We'll be working a lot with this feature, so don't get scared. I think by now you have some idea how Flex works, but if you don't, you follow along. Let's do something here with this text, basic text that we have here. Click and select. Let's go to style. Same thing like before. We put it on white next to color. We can increase the font size so we can see it better. Let's put it on 22. Text transform, we can put it on uppercase, all these things that you are used to. And then we have the font family here, all the Google fonts under the earth to your heart's desire. They appear here. Let's go for railway because that's the first one that comes to mind. Font weight, let's go for 900, make it nice and thick. And then we can have line height, letter spacing, let's put it on 2. And now once it breaks into 2 lines, we can go here to text align and put it on the center. Then for the line height, that's a little too big. So line height, I'll put on 1.2. And then you have white space, text wrap, things we'll get to eventually. Another feature we'll be working with a lot when it comes to Flex design is that we want to add space between these elements. Let's delete one of these buttons, right click, delete, and I'll grab this button and drag it below this text here. Then select the container, go to content. A little bit to the bottom, we get to row and column gap. These two, depending on the direction of the elements. Currently, they are stacked, and that means it's a row gap, and I'll give it something like 24 pixels. There you go. By default, it is pixels, but I just type in pixels there to make sure. And like that, we have started to work with something very manageable. To add an overlay, go to your style, collapse the panels and look here for gradient/overlay. And the shortcut for that is these little dots. So it will only say gradient, but remember the overlay is also locked in here. Select overlay, add a color first. I'll just go here. Let's choose, let's make it purple. Wow. And then once we've added that, it's not overlay. So select the color again. Now go to color picker. And from here, the opacity slider, we drag it down, but still it's not an overlay. Once you've done that, you go to apply to, and you say apply as an overlay. And now you get that color. This is a very good example of where you'll be like, but why doesn't it just apply it as an overlay? Whereas many other page builders skip these steps and reduce it for you in a single click. What Bricks does is it gives you this control, because for some people, they want to work with it differently. And that's why you're going to see that Bricks has a little bit always, you may feel an unnecessary step, but to make Bricks work perfectly, this is the way you're going to be doing it. If I want to change the color, let's go to this one here. And then again, I'll just reduce the opacity. And now we've got something really, really shocking to draw your attention in. That is essentially how you build things out on the page. If you want to bring in another section, you just select the current section you're working on, go to Add Elements and select Section. And this one dropped at the very top. No idea why I did that. But then all we do is we grab this section and I'll just drag it to the top. And now the section we brought in is here at the bottom. And this is how we're going to be building out our website with 5 different sections. To delete this section, right click on it and go to delete. And we're back to only the one section we've created. We've done this quick build. How do we save and preview our work? Save is very easy. Go to the top right corner where you see the disk, click on save, and Bricks will give you this kind of thing. Every time you click on it, something different, beautiful, outstanding. Yeah, I don't know purpose of that, but okay, there it is, motivational. The shortcut, of course, is Control-S, Command-S, and that is the way to go. No need to go to the top right corner, as simple as that. Preview is done here, preview mode. The preview mode is limited in that it doesn't give you responsive preview. And from here, you can go back to the builder, or in preview mode, you can select this view on frontend. I just skip the preview mode altogether and select view on frontend. Once you select this, it opens a new tab in your browser and it shows you the front end. Go back into the builder. Let's change something and I'll show you how cool this is. I like that Bricks do this and it did it from the very beginning. I'll select a section. Let's go to our gradient overlay. And I have to click on the color and we change the color. This time we make it blue. That's shocking suddenly to my eyes, and we reduce it like so. And we say save. Before I say save or Control-S, Command-S, notice you're going to see that this tab is going to update before I even go to it. Click on save. It reloads this tab, and when you go to the front end, it's already the latest save. I like this feature. We talked about the save, Control-S, and I want to say quickly something about shortcuts. Again, a strange little behavior in Bricks that there is no menu for the shortcuts within Bricks. I checked everywhere. I couldn't find the menu for the shortcuts, and I hope maybe the Bricks developers can bring it as a shortcut, like a Control ? Or Alt ? So that we can have access to the shortcuts right in here. There is a shortcut list in the Bricks Academy. I have to tell you, when it comes to tutorials, rather to documentation and help, the Bricks Academy and the Bricks community is really awesome. For almost everything you run into, at some point, you're going to find a good solution for it. Just understand that Bricks is a little bit of a learning curve, but once you get past that learning curve, it's going to be almost very difficult for you to go back to other builders. The number one shortcut is Control-S, but then you also have others like undo. Let's go back to our home. I want to undo. Let's change something here. I'm going to change the color this time to, let's say, and then I'm like, no, big mistake. Go to the top right corner and select here undo. and it will give me the previous state. In case you want to go for the shortcut, I know you know what that shortcut is, Control Z, Command Z, and it gives me the undo. All the other functions like redo, they're also there. And you can check out this list. I'll put the link in the description below for all the shortcuts there currently are within Bricks. Responsive design, how you design or how you make your website work on tablets and mobiles, very important. I'm going to show you quickly how it is done in Bricks, but then as we will be building out the website, we'll go into this every time because this is something you constantly have to check. We've created this, and what I'm going to do is go to the front end again. Here we have it. I'm going to activate an app called Pixify. There is a free version of it. Mine is Pro, but the free version does everything I'm going to show you. This app is actually an extension for Firefox and Chrome-based websites, so it's going to work on Brave, it's going to work on Edge as well as Chrome, and then in Firefox it will also work. I've installed it. Up here you see Pixify, and then select. I'll quickly delete all of them because I like to set these guys up from scratch so we can see what's going on. And then I'll bring in a tab mobile first, small little mobile. And then I'll bring in another mobile, but this time I'll go for Apple 16 Plus, and then we bring in a tablet as well. Let's go for an Apple, and we go for an iPad Pro 7th Gen. And we can even put this one. Let's zoom in. I'll put it on 75%. Now we can see it better. And what this allows us to do, let's add one more desktop here as well. Normal HD. It allows me to see how that page is going to look here on the front. And we know that this is very important and that this doesn't look good at all the way it is structured here. Even though I have the responsive tools within Bricks, I also do this to make sure that I'm pretty confident in how my website will display on these devices. To deactivate Pixify and go back to the front end, simply click again on the Pixify icon in the toolbar. Go back into Bricks. Let's talk about how we work with responsive design. Here at the top, here are the responsive controls. We have our desktop, then tablet portrait, mobile landscape, and mobile portrait. We've put up everything nicely for desktop. So let's go to tablet portrait, and we want to add a little bit more of space here on the left and the right to make sure things are not too close to the borders. I'll select a container. And while we are within this view, everything that I can change will only apply to this view. That means that I can go now to styling, layout, whenever I want to work with spacing, and I bring in padding. I want to add 55 pixels on the left and the right. And to do that, go to this option, opposites linked, and select it, and it will give me 55 left and right. Increase it. Let's make it 100 so you can see nicely on the left and the right. Next, let's go to mobile landscape, and now you can see that the same padding has been applied here on the left and the right. That's a little bit too big. So we drop it down to 50. It's not linked, so I'll click again, opposites linked. While we are here, notice this little option here, the pink dot next to padding. Whenever you see the pink dot in the light view, I think it's the yellow in the dark view, it tells you that you've made changes to the default. If you want to clear it, you select it like this, and it will go to the previous setting, which was 100 to 100, but we type in 50 again, and we link it. One more display here is the mobile portrait. Things look weird here because now our heading breaks into two lines. I'll select the heading, then we go to our typography, and the font size previously was on 4M. This time I'll put it on 2M. So for this text, let's select it. It's on 22 pixels. I'll put it on 16 pixels. And again, you see the pink little dot showing us that we've made changes. When we hop back to desktop, you can see nothing has changed. Everything is exactly the way it was when we set it up there. But as we cycle through these views, they change accordingly. Maybe for my mobile device, I want to change the alignment of my elements to the left. I'll select a container, go to content, and I'll put it to align cross-axis all the way to start, which is to the left. Then I'll go to this text element here, go to my style, and I will set text align also to the left. Go back up to mobile landscape, and everything is still center aligned. Words are cheap, actions speak, so let's go have a look on the front end, and that's why Pixify comes in all the time, because I don't trust page builders. Not only because many of them don't always get it right, but primarily because this width here of this tablet is 477, and many devices run as small as 360, and that is a problem. What looks good on this mobile display will not always look good on the 360 displays. I mentioned in the opening chapter about clamping. Clamping solves this issue incredibly easy. That's why we will look at clamping. But for module 1, we're going to do everything responsive, hard locked in, the way we are used to. Let's save it. Go to the front end. I'll activate Pixify and let's see how it looks on all these devices. Nice. This is the small device at 360 pixels. This is my iPhone, my iPad, and here is my desktop. One more thing we can change here for the responsive design is the placement of the image in the background. Go back into the builder. Let's start at the beginning. This looks good. Let's go to tablet portrait. This looks good. The moment we get here, she gets a little bit lost. Select the section, and this is our background. By selecting background, you're not going to see the image here. You can actually bring in another image. You don't need to load the same image. You can just go ahead and change the placement. So currently the background position is set to top left. That is the default. From the drop down, we go to center, center. Much better. And once you set it center, center on this device, the device one step below, which will be the mobile portrait, will already take that. So everything cascades down as you do it. That's why we always work desktop, then tablet portrait, mobile landscape, and mobile portrait. You can set up more breakpoints, but for our tutorials, we'll stick to these that come with bricks. One more feature here is reload canvas. That's a WordPress builder thing that happens often. You do something, it doesn't appear to change on the page, and you think, what's going on here? Just go ahead and quickly click on the reload canvas, and in many cases, it will solve it. At the very beginning, when bricks came out, this was a very common thing that I did all the time. I haven't found myself using it at all. Let's save it and go ahead. And now it's already updated. Pixify will update it. It looks good. This one, she's still a little bit hidden, but we're going to be satisfied with that one. Let's uncheck our Pixify, go back to the front end, and that is how you work with responsive editing within bricks. We're going to do this a lot because responsive editing is very, very important. Earlier we talked about the structure panel. I want to focus on that one. Structure panel appears by default on the right. If you feel it's cluttering and you don't want to use it, you make it go away by clicking on the structure icon here in the toolbar, and it will take that sidebar away. I have it open permanently, so no need for me to even bother with that. Everything you bring onto the page will appear in the structure panel, nicely set up in the hierarchy in which they are nested within each other. On this page, we have a section, then we have a container, and in the container, we have the heading, the basic text, and the button. You can move elements around here without needing to go onto the page. I prefer this. It's much easier. Right-click on any of them to get the same context menu by copying, paste, duplicate, and then deleting. You also have options to hide. We'll talk about wrap and save as component in module 2. At the top, next to the structure label, we have copy all. This is very useful when you are creating many pages and you want to copy this entire page and go paste it on another page. You can also paste them all once you've copied them, and then you have remove all. Select that and your entire page will go empty. But why didn't it? Once you press remove all, you have to click on the check as well, and then it will remove everything. But oh, you didn't want to remove it, and that's the shortcut. Undo, Control Z, Command Z, it will bring everything back. Then you have the collapse all. This is a feature that I use a lot because once we bring in a lot of stuff onto this page, it's going to become hectic here in the structure panel. And then sometimes you want to collapse everything and then open them up to go and find what you are working with. The structure panel is good, but not perfect. Here, bricks can do a few improvements. The one big improvement is that when I have many parts on this page, and I'll show you, what I will do is go to this section. Let's duplicate it. Now we have two sections. I'll scroll. You see there's the second one. Let's duplicate it again. Let's duplicate it again. And you can see now we have a huge page. Expand everything. This can become very tricky. Where am I? Let's make it even crazier. Just for this example, I go to the section at the top. I duplicate it a few more times. And now what we have here in the structure panel on the right, we actually have to scroll up and down. Here is the issue, which I hope Bricks can bring in for us. Let's go all the way to the bottom here and select I am a heading. The problem is I need to still go find it where I have selected it in the structure panel by scrolling to the bottom. The behavior should be the moment I click on it, it should scroll here in the structure panel to this element as well. It's quality of life, but I think a very, very important one. So if I go to the top and I select this section, it doesn't scroll to the top. I still have to scroll manually to the top. That is irk number one with the structure panel. There's a second irk. Let's collapse everything. Oftentimes you're going to collapse it just to clear up a little bit space. Then you go to an element that you want to change and select it. Where? You don't know where it is. I wish that it will open that specific section and it will go directly again to the element I've selected. The only way for me to find it now in the structure panel is I have to expand everything and look for where it is highlighted. I'm a little surprised that those two irks are there. Didn't anyone complain about it? Please raise it with Bricks, because I do think if you have a really complex website and you rely on the structure panel like I do, those two features is a massive improvement to this quality of life that we hold so dearly. But that is the structure panel. Awesome. And what we're going to do now is remove all of these, because from the next video, we'll start working on our Taco Fusion shop website that we will be building out. Go to the structure, remove all, again, check, and we are back. Let's save it. Make sure that everything is nice and clean. Let's start talking about global settings and the theme approach, style manager. Very important parts that when it comes to building a website within Bricks. In the olden days, we just dropped stuff onto the page and we started building them. And then later when we wanted to make changes, we went back and we changed everything one by one. That's not the way we do it now, unless you are busy with a demo, then that's often still the way we do it. But once you start building out the website, we want to make it super easy so that we run into problems in the future. We don't have to make those individual changes. We just do it on the global scale. With Bricks open, let's have a look at where we are heading towards this. In the toolbar at the top, select this option here, this cog manage. And some of this may change in the next update, but for now, this is where we go. And select theme styles. Everything starts in Bricks with a theme. We'll come back to this one also very shortly. We have options here like classes, variables, don't let it scare you. Colors, this is going to be important, where we set up the color palette. Typography, this one not yet. Spacing, not yet. And framework, no. Settings, no. But the theme is going to be very important. This is our theme that we are designing for our site, which will contain our colors, our fonts, our headings, how all of that will behave, and even the different elements, their default behavior when we work with that. Basically presets that go in here under the theme. Before we do all of this, to exit, you can hit escape on your keyboard, or you can just click anywhere outside. I'll open it again, go to manage, theme styles, and then just click here. And that's how you exit it. What I want to do first is show you why we want to care about the theme. Let's bring in a new section, click in that, and we bring in a heading. And I'll search heading by typing heading in the search box, and then click on heading. Select the heading, and I will say I am heading, and go to the end, add a -H1. With it selected, go to content, and HTML tag we put on H1. Then duplicate it, right click, duplicate, and call the next one H2. And I often do this when I start working on a new site so that I can have a visual idea of what is going on. Go to the HTML tag and put it on H2. And for this site that we will be creating, I only have up to H3, so I'm only going to care to up to H3, duplicate H2, and we put this one on H3 and go to HTML tag under content and put it on H3. Next, bring in a paragraph text element, which is basic text. Again, in the search elements, you can just look for text and then select basic text and it will drop under it. I will select the text and just paste in some text that is longer so we can have an idea of the line height as well as how the wrapping will look. One more thing is a button. I'll bring in a button and button here and it will drop below it. Here is where the hand holding is to a minimum within Bricks. Two things that most builders will give you. First of all, hover over the section and then the container and you can see there is no padding at the top. It's flushed right. There's no space, no white space, and you'll always want white space. But Brick says, hey, dude, do this. You're going to do this by yourself. You're going to add it. And the second thing, there is no spacing between these elements, the gaps. And again, those are things you're going to do by yourself. In most page builders, there is some default setting already there. But Brick says, I believe in you. You want to do this from scratch. So go ahead and do it yourself. Some of them, like the gap between these elements, may change. So we want to keep that separate. But other things like my section, my padding at the top and the bottom, I believe those settings will be global. Every time I bring in a section, I want to have the same padding. And for my heading, H1, H2, H3, those sizes is going to be global, as well as the fonts that I will be using is global. If I go to I am button and I click on that and we go to style and then we go to background for the button and we select the color palette, I don't want these colors. I want my own colors and I want them to be global so that when I make changes, I can easily do it across my page and across my site. All of those decisions are brought together within the theme, and that's where we're going to be setting that up. And the first step is you have to create a theme. Do you remember where we access the theme? Go to the cog, manage, and select theme styles. And this will give you the style manager, and the first one is theme styles. Close it by hitting escape or clicking outside on the canvas. You can also go to where you see this for the CSS styles. This little icon will give you the same, and it will open it directly to Style Manager Theme Styles. Here it says select a theme style or create a new one to style your website, learn more, and that takes you to the Bricks Academy. Currently, only the most specific theme style is loaded. To load all matching theme styles, adjust your settings under theme styles, loading method. Blah, blah, blah. You don't need this, but you do need a theme. Do you see the theme style? No, because there are none. Select here. Where it says select theme style, click on it and it says new theme style name. And this one, I will call it the name of the shop, which is Taco Carnel. Taco. Makes me think of South Park. And now click here. And where is my theme? It's, do you see this little save disk all the way to the right? One little quirk, I think, in the Style Manager is instead of having everything nicely grouped, they are spaced all the way to the right and all the way to the left. And if you come into this for the first time, you've never worked with it, you may miss many of these features. So pay close attention, Sally. Go here to create theme style. Type in your name, click here, create theme style, and watch the magic happen. There we go. Now we have created the theme style. All of those things that I told you earlier, click here. I want to bring in padding. I want to change my elements. I want to set up my fonts. I want to set up the sizes for the different displays on a global level. All of them are going to happen there within the theme. I'll select again the styles here option. And then my Taco Carnel is already selected. For example, when I want to set up my font that I want to use across my site, I go to Typography. And I will set it here, body and all headings. We'll do that in a short bit. we've created the theme. Next, we create the color palette. So we bring in the colors that we will be working with for our website. We are setting up everything globally. Let's talk about the colors. Oh, by the way, welcome back to Websites for Beginners. My name is JP. This is Module 1 for Bricks Builder. We are making things easy for beginners so that you can consider bricks as an option for building out your WordPress websites. This is the site we will be working on. And notice that I have this bar here with these colors. And then across the site, you're going to see these colors repeat. I don't want to bring in those colors every time. I just want to set them up in my color palette, and then I can use them with just a simple click very easily instead of bringing in the names of these colors over and over again. For that, we need the theme, but we also need a color palette, and we've set up a theme previously. The theme is still actually very empty, but now we're going to work with the color palette. With my little asset document that I have open here, these are the colors that I'm going to be working with. And I've given them names. I love giving them names. Now, let's go back into our builder. This is where we left off last time. Let's just close this and go back to the button. Or we can actually go to this I am heading 1. And we're going to find colors all over the place. Typography, there's the color. And then we have color palette. The color palette makes it easy to apply a color from here. And then if I want to change it in the future, I just go and update it. But this is the default color palette, which we do not want. You can see there's color palette here, default, and I selected, we only have the default. So you can create more than one color palette. When it comes to color management, Bricks is a powerful beast. So many options here. We're just going to scrape the surface. To change this, we go to that style manager. We can go to styles. It opens the style manager. But instead of going to these colors, no, we go to these colors here under Style Manager. And this is where we set up the color palette. So all of those colors you just saw, they appear over here. Wow, what an amazing feature here. Really, when I say we're just going to scratch it, we're really just going to scratch it. This is the default. We don't want it. So what I'm going to do is delete it. And to delete it, go to this little pencil icon over here. It says rename delete. I'll go and click on it and then select the trash can to delete it. Check it again and it's all gone. Okay, take a deep breath. It's not the end of the world. We're going to create our own now. If you have any to upload, you can do it here with import. Not going to do that. We'll do it from scratch. And first we have to give our color palette a name because maybe we're going to create many color palettes. Again, I will call it Taco Carnel. And we're only going to create one color palette. Don't go overboard. In fact, I'm going to use so many colors. I hardly ever do that, but for this tutorial, we're going to go big, baby. Click on create and nothing appears here. We have to bring it in. This looks simple. Now, you add a name here, you add the color and you select add color. What can be complicated about this? Let me show you. From my resource little table, I go to the first one. I'll call it ink. And there is the name, the hex code, copy that, Control C, and then we go back into the builder. Okay, variable name, I'll type it there, ink, and I'll paste the color, and you can see the color even updates here. Now select add color, hold your breath. Enable dark mode, light shades, dark shades, transparent shades, utility classes. Is the goal of Bricks to push you into early retirement? No, the goal is to give you amazing tools. And we'll cover many of these in Module 2 up to Module 4. Working with a basic color palette like we are doing, you don't need to do anything here. Nothing to toggle on, nothing to rename. All we need to do is bring in the rest of the colors. Go back to our little document. Next one is called Tortilla. Back into Bricks. Add color. This one here at the bottom. Let's call it Tortilla. Paste the color code and click on Add Color. One more. Let's go back to our document. This one is paper, almost white. Then we go to the variable name. I'll call it paper. Paste the color name. Add color. You can see now we're building up the color palette and you're getting the drift of how this works. We quickly do the rest. Turmeric. Okay. And I like the names because it fits the name of the shop. Next one is Chili Red or Brick Red. Scroll down till you see variable name. And we call this one Chili. Never know if it's chili with 2 L's or 1 L or whether it matters. And then after that is teal. One more after this. And the final one is pink. And paste. Add color. Click on Save at the top. Exit by pressing Escape on your keyboard. Select I am button. Go to Style, Background, Color Palette, and look there. Taco Carnel is there. And the colors we've just created, you can go ahead and change it out to a color you want. Again, we're not going to be doing this. We're going to go back to theme and set it up very soon. But for now, at least you know how to set it up and make sure that your colors are in the color palette. Let's clear this out to the default. I think it's also important to understand that the color palette is independent from the theme. Go to the Manage, Theme Styles, and the colors here under the theme, if I select it, it's different to the colors here. If this doesn't make sense to you, don't worry. Just remember that under the Style Manager, go to Colors. This is where you set up your color palette, aka your global color styles. And save up here just to be sure and exit. So one thing I want you to think about, and that is we deleted the original default color palette. We created our own, but this button is still yellow. When I bring in a new button, let's go here and I select new button, it's also yellow, but under my colors, I don't have this color. So where is this coming from? Now we talk about color semantics. Big word, very scary, but don't let it scare you. Click on any of these buttons. In fact, let me go ahead and, no, I'll keep that one. Let me click on the first button and then select content. And there is an option that you're going to find whenever you work with color that is called style. And next to style is set primary. From the drop down, you will see we have all of these options. Primary, let's select secondary and the color changes. Then we go to light and you can cycle through them. It makes sense. Muted is gray. Success is green. Warning should be, okay, they put it on orange, and then there's danger is the red. These are almost like presets for colors, and they are specific words. That's why we use this big word, semantics. Also a word that we never used in page building, and in the last few years, people often talk about semantics. Again, I'll say this a few times, don't let it bowl you over. Semantics is just the name, and the name here is primary, secondary, light. And then what we want to do is we want to tell Bricks, whenever I use primary, I want you to use a specific color. In this case, the default is yellow. We're going to change it. If I use secondary, and secondary is just like my second option. I want the color to be different. I don't want this color. I want one of my colors from the color palette, and so forth. Let's keep it there on primary. And let's duplicate this button a few times and change them all, and you can see then how it's going to look. So this one we'll put on secondary. This one is going to be light. This one is going to be dark. Muted, I'm going to skip because I don't believe we will even go there. Even these others, we won't go there. Let's put it there anyway so we can see how this is going to work. Now, we go again to our style manager and we'll just go here to styles. This is our color palette. We worked with that last time, but now we make those changes under the theme. Select theme styles. And finally, we go to this option colors and look here, primary, secondary, all of those terminology that we just saw previously, they appear here. Again, semantics, it's just the name of what we want to call this. And we have a few others like border color here as well. On the right, this is again the thing I don't like, is all this space. I have to go all the way from left to right. We have the color palette, which is there, and we're going to set it. We can do a color picker if we want to do it manually. And then these variables and dynamic data are things that come into play in later modules. Now, how do I set this up? This is up to you. You have to test and trial it a little bit, and then you come up with what do you want your primary color to be. And the best way to set this up is usually by referencing the button. The primary color, what color is my button going to be most of the time? And then you set it. It's not always going to be that. You're going to switch it out to secondary. Sometimes you'll override it manually, but you try and save as much work here as possible. And that's the way you go. You put the color that you'll be using most of the time for your buttons as primary, the one that you'll be using sometimes as secondary. If you have the concept of light and dark, then you put a light version and your dark version, and so on. This just helps you to speed up again your workflow. On a simple page like what we will be doing, you're going to see I barely have buttons here, so this is an unnecessary step. But look here. So we basically only have to change the primary color. The rest, we're not going to need it, but I'm going to show you anyway how to do it. I have a little mock-up here with my primary, secondary, and a little bit of a description. Worked with AI to help me out with this, and that's what I'm going to do. So primary, I'm going to set to chili. Secondary, I'll set to turmeric. The rest are really not important, but we're going to do them anyway. So let's do that. Primary color, chili. This is this one. Secondary color, turmeric. For light, that will be paper. For dark, it will be our darkest, usually black, in this case ink. Muted, I'm going to skip. Border, it's always good to go for the dark one, so ink here. Info color, we'll make it accent, so teal. Same for the success, we'll put that on teal as well. Then the warning, we'll put that on turmeric, and then turmeric. And then for danger, of course, we'll put it on chili, baby. And that's it. And this is how we are going to set up those semantic values, or rather our primary and secondary. Remember to save here at the top, and then you can close it and look at how everything has updated on the page. One more thing to note. Let's go back to the styles and go to the colors. With this open, here in the settings at the top, you have this toggle canvas preview. Toggle it on, and the page that you are working on will appear here. This is very useful if you want to see how the changes you make will affect on the page. For example, let's say the primary color, I want to change that to teal. Then you can see it updates on the page. I often forget about this preview function. It's really useful, specifically when you are working with features like clamp, which we'll do in later modules when you get to your typography settings, but also for the colors here. Now we've set up, and I'll close this preview, we've set up the colors under our theme. And as before, just to be safe, go ahead and save. Escape to exit. Click on the first button and then go to Style, Primary, select Secondary, and everything is now set to the color palettes as we've instructed it within the theme. Let's put it back on Primary. Enough of this part for this moment. We're going to return in a bit again to how we set up the colors for the text here. We'll do that on an element basis within the themes, but do that later. Next, we talk about our fonts for the site. At this moment, you may be crying out loud saying, "Good grief, JB, when are you going to start building the website?" Now, in the past, we did that. We started and we built it out, and that's how we did it. But now, by setting up everything from the beginning, so it can be globally, when I start building, it goes 10 times faster. At a minimum, you have to master this, because once you can do this, we can go in the future to classes and variables, because that makes it even more powerful, especially if you are going for a big website. Now we've set up a color palette. We've set up the semantic colors within our theme. Now let's talk about the fonts. We want to use a specific font for our heading, and we want to use a specific font for our paragraphs. And if I look here at my little asset guide that I have over here, I actually have 3 fonts. I have Francis for display, which is my headings. Then for my body, I have Work Sans, and then utility, which is those little accents that I'm going to use. I'll be using space mono. But we're going to focus on the body and the heading only, and that's how we will set it up within Bricks. Let's waddle over to our manager and grab the theme styles again. And typography, that's where we go for this one. This is going to be also one that's going to make the hair on the back of your neck stand up the first time you get in here, but follow with me how we're going to do this. Look here, there is the body. Then under that, all headings. And then below all headings, you're going to get heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4. And you have to think in a way like a waterfall. We start at the top, our default body. Then what is commonality with all our headings? It's the font. And then we're going to make changes to the size from heading 1 onwards to heading 3, only be using H1 to H3. Let's begin then with body. Click on body, nothing happens. And that's why I say strange little behavior here. Again, I have to take the cursor all the way to the right. I know I'm complaining. Click on the edit and it opens up another panel that's going to freak you out. A lot of stuff going on here. It's just the power of Bricks. For body, I can first set the color. I'll go here to the ink. You don't actually have to do that, but I'm going to do that anyway. And then we set the font size. It's set to 15 by default. I want it at 16 pixels. I can type in the PX or you don't have to. If you want to see how it looks, you open this toggle canvas preview. A little bit small. I wonder if I can increase it. No, but it gives you some idea of what's going on there. I'll just close it so we can focus on this area. You can set up the text align to left. By default, it is left. But for the rest, you're almost not going to touch anything except the font family. This is where we want to set the font for all our body text. And from our guide, our font for the body is Work Sans. Click on Font Family and search for Work Sans. And we are using Google Fonts here. Select that. And the rest remains the same. Except for the line height. Let's go for 1.6. Enter that as well. Save. Click outside to close it. And this is how our body text will look from now on. Whenever I bring in an element that is basic text, so we look for the basic text, drop it in. It's going to have all those values, Work Sans, 16 pixels, and the line height will be at 1.6. That is how we set that one up. So we've done that for the body. Perfect. And important here, we don't change anything for that on the responsive views because that 16 pixels is the bare minimum we want to go, and we want to keep that standard across all the other responsive devices. Next up though, the headings. Let's talk about that. We go to our styles. Under our theme, we go to typography, and luckily we have these pink dots to show us we've made changes to the body. Now we're going to go to all headings, go to the pencil and select it, and we make changes here. You can set the color. Again, we'll put it on ink. And here you may be tempted to lock in the font size, but you don't need to. In the next chapter, we are going to do that on each of the HTML levels, H1, H2, H3. And whenever you make a change, you don't have to add the value here, you leave it open. What we want to change though is the font family. So click on Work Sans and type for Francis, yes, and select. And the font weight is 700 by default. That's good for us. And one more setting is the line height. For headings, you always want a smaller line height. So we go for 1.05 and save. Close it out. And you can see our headings have updated to Francis. From my guide, you will notice that I have the utility space mono. We'll do something for this under the font manager in 2 videos from now. For now, we only set up these 2. Every time I bring in a new heading, so let's go to our elements, let's look for a heading, drop a heading. It comes in by default to Francis, and then the size is determined by the defaults. We'll change that very soon for the H1 to H3. So we have flounces for our headings, and we have work sounds for our body text. Everything's set up nicely. We don't have to make any changes in the future. We have set up the fonts for our headings and our body. Now let's talk about preset sizes for our headings, which are very important. I have my H1 here, H2 and H3, but these are not the sizes I want. I want them bigger, and I don't want to do it manually. I want to have them set by default as I bring in the element that it will display the way I want it to display. As we did previously, open the Style Manager and then select Typography. We've set up the body, we set up the all headings, and now we start with H1. And the only thing we want to do is set the size, but size for desktop, tablet, and mobile, because it's going to change. Click here on Edit, and then go to Font Size, and this will be your desktop by default, and this is 64 pixels. Let's save it and just go have a look at how it looks on the front end. It's gone bigger. Yes, our H1 is working. Perfecto. Now, if we go to our mobile landscape, or this one, tablet, you see it stays the same, and this is not what we want. That's why we're going to set up those responsive values as well. Back to the Style Manager, we go again to Typography, and here is where you have to hang on tight. So under Typography H1, you can see here we have the Edit option, and then next to Typography, we have the little desktop. If you select it, behind it, it gives you the option to select the displays for tablet and mobile, but it's hidden behind this box. It's very annoying. How do I get to my mobile and tablet? Luckily up here, you also have the option. You can see here, desktop, tablet portrait, mobile landscape, and mobile portrait. For this tutorial, we will skip mobile landscape. We will just stick to tablet and mobile. However, when I select tablet portrait, it's going to collapse everything. So my typography under my H1 has collapsed, which means you have to open it again here. And now we go to font size. It says 64, but it's grayed out. It's an indicator of what it was at desktop. Click and type in 46. This is now our font size for tablet portrait. Next, click on mobile portrait. Again, it collapses it, so open it one more time. Click in the font size box and type in 34. And we can say save, close out, go to the front, and let's start here on desktop, nice and big. Then we go to our portrait, it gets smaller, and then on mobile, it's nice, just the size as we want it. And that's how we set it up. So now we only have to do it for H2 and H3. If you have for your website 4, 5, and 6, then you have to do that as well. Clamping solves a lot of what we are doing now. This is the old way, and still many people do it this way. And I often feel that if you have a very small website like this one, it's an easy way to do it. Go back to the styles. Typography, now we do the same for H2. And by the way, you are thinking, where did I come up with these values? Well, I created the website originally. I tested the values that looked good. And then I decided on which ones work across the entire site, and that's how I came up with the values. No science involved. Next, we do the H2. Scroll down. Again, click on Edit. And font size, click in there, and we type in 42. Go to Typography, select a computer, and again, nothing. So we have to do this whole process again. Very, very annoying. And select Tablet Portrait at the top. Go to H2, open it, and type in 32. Then we go to mobile, open it, and for this one, the value is 26. Close it. H2 is done. We go to H3. This is the last one we'll do. Font size, same thing again, 21. Go to tablet, open it up. Font size for tablet is 19. Just a small little change. And then we go to mobile, and again, just a small little change. Wait, where am I now? We were here, H3, 19, okay. And then here, H3, why is this? And H3 is 18. That's a strange one. Let me just make sure I got it right. Go to desktop, Oh, I didn't put it. Okay, my mistake. Let's do it again. We start at the top. We start at 21. And then we go to tablet portrait. Should be 19. And then we go to mobile portrait. And that should be 18. Let me just make sure desktop is at 21. Good. And save. Exit. Press escape. And let's have a look. You can see our H1, H2, H3. Nice sizes the way we want them. As we move to portrait, they scale down to the breakpoint settings we gave them, and when we go to mobile portrait, they fit in nicely. Not that this is a great design, this is just how we set it up. We can go and view it on the front end, save, and click on view on front end and activate Pixify. So you will see that on these mobile devices, the headings and the text fit in nicely. One thing to note here is there is no padding. We talked about that previously. There's no padding at the top, there's no padding at the bottom. We will tackle that very soon and also make that a setting so that whenever I bring in a section, it's already applied. But before we do that, let's talk about this little guy, the Space Mono. I have this extra font that I'm going to be using as well. This is Wild West stuff for me. I never ever use 3 fonts, let alone 2 fonts. I usually just stick to 1 font. But for this one, we went the full Monty and brought in 3 fonts. So where can I make this font appear constantly to ensure that it's not that difficult for me to reach? We'll do that next within the font manager. I would like to underscore the importance of why we are setting up everything from the beginning. Because of the fonts that we had set up and the sizes, when I bring in those elements to build out this page, like here is my H2, I don't need to set up the size at all for the font, the typography. I don't have to care how it looks on a tablet and mobile because I've set it up perfectly. Everything is going to look good in terms of that typography and font display, which means I save so much time. That conformity that we bring is really important. But as I've pointed out, I have a little issue over here. And that is for my buttons and some of these overlines. I'm not using those 2 fonts. I've decided to go all wacky on myself, and I brought in this font called Space Mono. Now, there's a number of ways we can do this, and for many people, they will use classes, which we'll touch on in different modules. I'll just close Pixify here, go back into the builder. Let's select this text that we have over here, go to Style, and then Typography. In the old days, we had to come here, and I'll say the old days how many times, to Font Family, and every time select from here and look for the font that we want to use. Works Sans appears here by default. Why? Because that is what I set my body font to be under Font Family. Select any of the headings, Typography, and you will see Francis appear here. This is the default because that's what I set my headings to be. But now I want this button of mine to be monospace, which means I have to do it manually. Or do I? Well, let's first do it manually so we understand. Go to Work Sans, click on the drop down, and we search for monospace or space mono. Space mono. I forget. Space mono. Space mono. Select, and there my space mono appears. That means every time I go to another button, I have to go to the font family, go to my Google Fonts and Space Mono, search for it again. Ooh, we're talking a lot of time being wasted here, right? That's not what we want to do. Clear it out by clicking on the pink, select this button, and also select the pink button to clear it out. How we do this is we set font favorites. That's one way we're going to do it to start with. And then we'll do it later by setting a default style for our buttons as well. Go to your settings, manage. This is weird and I think this may change in the next coming update, but for now, this is how it works. Where you have the style manager, under that you have font manager. Select, and this is where you'll bring in your custom fonts when you work with that. But also we can set our favorite fonts here. And the reason we want to do that is because then it's right within the builder. I don't have to search for it every time. Select Google Fonts, because that's what we're working with. And then go to the search bar at the top. And let's bring in all 3 of these fonts. The first one is going to be our Work Sans. So type in Work Sans, and you will see Google gives us this within bricks. what we do is click here on Add to Favorites. Me love you. Then next one is going to be Francis. Francis. We do the same. Love it. And then finally, it's going to be Space Mono. And love it. Notice here on the left, under Favorites, if you click on these three, let's clear out our search box. All three of them appear here. So whoop-de-doo, what does this mean? Click outside or hit Escape on your keyboard to go back into the builder. And now select the button again. Go to Style, Typography, and then Font Family from the drop-down. You will see Favorites appear here. That makes it much easier. You don't need to search every time for Space Mono. You can just select it and it switch over to Space Mono. I show you this because this is useful to have your fonts here in case you are working with a heading, but then you decide this heading I want to override. I don't want it on Francis, but I actually want it on Work Sans. And then you don't need to search for it. You just go to Font Family. Under your favorites, you select Work Sans. Clear it out again, and the same for this button. Select the button, go to Font Family, and clear it out. And the reason why I want you to clear it out, even with these favorites that we've put here for you to work with, we are going to make quote-unquote presets for this button so that we don't have to even select this drop-down each and every time. I'll do that and show you how to do that when we start building our hero section. The good news, there's good news. We are one video away from beginning to build the hero section. Again, I just want to state, everything we've done now is going to make our building go super smooth. Well, as smooth as it can get. There's one more thing that I've mentioned a few times that I like to set up from the beginning, which Bricks doesn't give you default values for, and that is your padding at the top and the bottom. Now remember, whenever you work with anything like a block, this entire section within Bricks, you bring in a section. You can go to your Add Elements, and this is the section. So if I bring in the section and I drop it here, let me just drop it to the bottom, then we have the section and then we have the container. But what we've learned is there is no padding. This section, a section usually has padding at the top and the bottom. Just note that as I hover there at the top of the section, I can click, hold, and drag on this bar. And Bricks has an awesome feature that you can go to the middle and you can link the opposites here. And now when I drag, it will create padding for me on both sides. I can even link all sides, but for the section, that's not going to make sense. Unlink them again, and you see that's how we add padding. At the same time, you can dial it in manually, and that you do by going to our layout, and you will see the padding that we've just dragged in on the page already appears here. So from here, you can add in the value to your heart's content. And that's how we bring in padding. But remember, we want to do this for every section, because if I bring in a new section now, and I push it here at the bottom, oh, it keeps going there at the top, again, no padding. So I want to make sure that my padding comes in all times. The other thing that I also want to do is I want padding for my left and right the moment I go to portrait for my tablets and my mobile. This hard flush to the left and right doesn't work for me. But in this case, I'm not going to bring in the padding for the section. I'll rather bring in the padding for the container. The container is the element inside the section. Now, I don't need the padding on my desktop, but I'm going to add some padding. To bring in the padding, I can click on the container, then go to the settings, style, layout, and then add padding here. Let's link the sides, and let's say we make it like 55. Now, when I hover over, you can't see anything, but when I bring in an element like a heading and I drop it inside there, you can see there my padding has been applied. I'll select the container. Let's make this more so you can see what happens, 150. And I have padding here on the left, and there will be padding there on the right. If I look at the website that I've created, we have our padding at the top. This is on our section level. And then when we go to our other devices like tablet and mobile, we will have padding on the left and right. So how do we do that? We do that again, like we've been doing within the theme. what I'll do is first delete these two that I've brought in. Delete. And we go to our styles for the theme styles. Think of these as element presets, the defaults for your elements, and that you're going to be overriding them. At the bottom of theme styles, you will find this bar elements, select, and it opens up all the elements that are installed within Bricks. And at the very top, the two that are the most important is the section and the container. Select section, and you can set so many things. But remember, we're only going to set the padding. You have so much control here. Really, this is awesome stuff. But we're going to only focus on the padding, and we're going to make it responsive as well. We start with the top and the bottom because for the section, that's all we care about. At the top, my value is 96, and at the bottom, my value is 88. And JP, how did you get those values? Well, I like them a lot, and that's where I got them from. Of course not. I built out the page. These guys worked for me, and that's how I got them. And as we are keeping it to these responsive breakpoints for module 1, this is how we will be working. But we'll change the padding for our tablet and mobile. Now to do that, where can I find that? Here. Next to padding, I have this little computer. This time it works perfectly. So select it from the drop-down, go to Portrait, click in the field, and this time I will type in 64, and at the bottom it will be 60 pixels. Responsive, and we select our mobile portrait. I'll skip the mobile landscape. And then next value is 48 and 44. Let's save that. Exit by pressing escape and go check on our page. Let's go to the desktop. And now you can see we have padding here at the top and the bottom. I go to portrait for tablet. There's my padding at the top and the bottom. And this is for my section. And the same is on my mobile. Nice. We like it, Peter. We like it a lot. Now we go for our container and we set padding up for the left and the right. Again, we don't need to add padding here. I'm just going to add a little bit to show you how we do this. Head on over to Style Manager and then Elements and select Container under Section, and we look again for padding. This time we're going to work with left and right. Because the left and the right are going to remain consistent, it's always going to be the same on the left and the right. We can link them. Go to this icon, opposites linked, and select. And then for my desktop, I will put this one on 32. Select the responsive display and we go to tablet portrait. And this time I will put it on 28 and then jump on over to mobile. And for this, 20. Let's save. Oh, they are not linked. Let me just go back. I see they are not linked. Let's go back to tablet portrait. Also not linked. Okay, tablet portrait. Let's link it first. Okay, type in 28 again. 28, there we go. Okay, so the link doesn't carry over. And then this one, let's link it first. And 20. These are the things you pick up when you go so in detailed. Like you would think that the opposites are linked by default if you go from one responsive view to the next. But guess what? And then we click on Save. And now we go back to our desktop. I'll select it up here. We start. I can see the padding. Yes, we can see padding. Tablet portrait. There's that little bit of padding I was looking for. And then on mobile portrait, this just looks much better. And the beautiful thing is, like I've mentioned a few times, when I bring in a section in the future, the section drops here. There is my padding at the top and the bottom of the section, and the container already has its padding as well. Let's delete. Let's save, preview on the front end, and activate Pixify so we can see if it truly works. Oh, yeah. Shh. The crowd goes wild. Beautiful. Deactivate Pixify. Let's go back into the builder. And after all of this hard work that we've done with this little guide here to show us how everything will look, I'm going to delete it all so we can finally begin building that Euro section in the next video. To delete everything, the easiest way is go to the structure panel, select remove all, and again, select the check mark and your page is clean. Go ahead and save it. And we've got our dancing shoes on so we can start tackling Taco Carnell website. We are at chapter 18 in Bricks Module 1. Exciting, ferocious, and fierce. All the words that we love for bricks. My name is JP and welcome to Websites for Beginners. Oh, I hope you've had your coffee. I've had a few. Let's continue. To remind you, this is what we're working towards. We're going to create this section first. This navigation, we'll do it at the very end. Back into Bricks we go. And click here on the middle section. The section comes in with all the padding, all the nice stuff that we've already set up in our theme. Hey, but you remember, this looks like two columns. So we want our section to have a container that has two columns. To do that, once you've brought in a section, select a container and then go to this one that says Layout. And from here, you can just choose one of these presets. The 50/50 works for us. Thank you, Bricks. We love you for doing that for us. You can also see here the padding that we've applied on the left and the right. Unnecessary for the desktop, but hey, there it is now. Select the column on the left and you can also see in the structure panel in the sidebar on the right that now we have this structure in the tree view section container, column left and column right. By the way, you can change the naming of these labels. Let's go to section. I will keep the word section and I'll just call it hero. This helps us to identify it later when we have many sections on the page. Very helpful. Background for the section first. With the section selected, go to the settings on the left, style, and select background. You can choose a solid background from your color palette and we put it on ink. That's the one way to go. I want to bring in a little bit of feeling and that we did something extra. So I'm going to create a gradient. Clear this one. You can keep it, but I'll just go ahead and clear it and then go to gradient. Add our colors first. I'll click on the first one and I will add my turmeric. I'll just quickly do that. Then add second color. This one will be ink. And then the third color, which will be teal. And you can see the gradient appears there. I want to change the angle. And where do I change that? Type is set to linear, but you have to choose it again from the drop-down to get the angle. Make sure you choose the linear from the drop-down, and the angle I'm going for is 200. I want to reduce the intensity of the teal and the turmeric, so I go to color 1, select color picker, and I grab the slider and I drag it down. And these values here at the end, I'll go for something around 26, 25. And then we go to color 3 and then grab the color palette and we do the same and we reduce it to 25 there. But this doesn't look anything like the one that I have here. And the reason is because I've applied transparency and my background is white. That means I have to go back to what I did originally with the background and apply that ink background. And the moment I do that, you can see a little bit of teal here, a little bit of turmeric there. It will become a little bit more evident as this section will be growing. But that is a nice effect just to have that little bit of gradient there. Let's bring in the heading first. This is going to be a H1 heading. Select the column on the left, go to the plus, and under basic, just click on the heading and it will drop in. I cannot see anything, and that is the default color is ink. Select the heading element and go to content first, and we put it on H1 so we can see it. And here you can add the text under I am heading, but we'll change the color first. Go for style, typography, color from your color palette, and choose tortilla. For the text, I'll grab it here, tacos with a Cape Malay soul, and then I'll go to content, select all the content there and paste, and you can also do it on the page. And here is where all the hard work that we had done earlier comes into play. Go to tablet portrait, it looks good. Go to our mobile portrait, it looks good. That works fine for me. Line height, everything is perfect. No changes needed. Love it, love it, love it. And that's what we have to do here. We'll return to this one because I want to change the color of Cape Malay and also put it in cursive. but we cannot do that with the heading element. There's a workaround for that. Below this, we put a lead paragraph. It's a little bit of a description of what our site is all about. With this heading selected, go to Add Elements, and we look for our text, our basic text element. Click on it, and it drops there. Select it. Let's change the color first, and we're going for the same color in this case, which is tortilla. Go to our document, and I'll select this text. Back into bricks. And I'll do it on the page, select everything, and paste this one. I think actually this heading, I'm not going to go for what color was this. It was our tortilla. Let's put this one on paper, the white. Yep, that looks much better. And then we put an overline, that little upper heading line. We're going to put one there, but I'll keep this one selected, bring in another basic text here over, and it drops here. Let's change the color first. Go to our typography, color palette, and we also put this one on tortilla. To get it to the top, I can drag it on the page, or I go to my structure panel, grab it, and put it on top of the heading, and there it is nicely. And what we're going to do in this case is grab first our text, and then select all the text and paste it. This one, I want to use that font that I showed you previously, Space Mono. To make the changes, we go to our font family, put it on Space Mono, and I reduce the font size to 13. And then font weight, there's only two, 400 and 700. I put it on 700. Nice. That's what I want here. And we give it also a little bit of letter spacing of 1. That is called the overline, something that's at the top. Some people refer to it as an eyebrow. I like the word overline. Now with all of this, you can clearly see that these elements are too close to each other, so we add space between them. We do that by selecting the parent container. And for this, the parent container is the column. Sometimes you will find it by clicking in the area where there's a column like so. If you cannot find it, you click here on column in the structure. And this reminds me, I forgot something earlier that I want to add here. Something I like to work with, which is called breadcrumbs. Let's pause for a moment, click on Save, and then go to the Bricks logo, select that and go to Dashboard, go to Bricks, Settings, and then Builder. Scroll down, Control Panel, Element Breadcrumbs disabled, Show Default Element Names, enable that, and I'll show you what it does. Go to the bottom and Save Settings. Go to the front end and then Edit with Bricks. And let's select any of these elements, the heading. Now you will see here in the settings, it says heading at the top, and below that, this little breadcrumb appears. I like working with this a lot. I work on the left, and then I want to select the parent container. I have to go over to the structure and select it from here. But with the breadcrumbs, I can just go ahead and select. Note that column is not called column. The element is actually a block element. If you go to Add Elements, you will see Layout, and there is the block. So column effectively is just a block element. So keep that in mind. Nothing revolutionary, but just something that can help you if you want to understand how columns are created within bricks. Select this one again, our heading. And then from here, select block, and that gives us the column, or select column in the structure panel on the right. I want to add space between these elements so we have a little bit of structure and better layout. We do that by adding a gap. When things are stacked, we call that a row gap. When they are next to each other, we call it a column gap. Go to row gap, and I'll add in 24. Those will be pixels. I can type in pixel if I want to. Nothing's going to change. But now things look much better. If we go to portrait, the 24 is also applied. I think it's also okay for these devices, so I'm not going to make an issue out of that. For my heading, though, I want this Cape Malay to have a different color and also be italics. This cannot be done with the heading element. There are extensions on the market, add-ons for bricks that can do that. But how can I do that right within the bricks builder? That is where the rich text element comes into play. I often forget about it. because I used to use it so much in the days before page builders that I cannot believe I forget about it. I'll show you how we're going to do that. Click here on Add Elements, and we search for text, and we get the option here for rich text. Drag it, and we drop it below this one so we can use it as a reference. Select it, and then we are going to paste the same text here within this text box. So I'll go to my document, grab the text, go back into Bricks, select all of this and paste it. Let's change the color first. And to get the color, we have to open up the more options. Here is an option called Toolbar Toggle. Select it, and then you see the color option appears here. However, the colors that we set up unfortunately do not appear here. One of those things about the rich text element, specifically for what I want to achieve, then we have to bring it in again. But it's okay. We're going to just do it one time, so I'm not going to cry a river over this. Click on Custom, and it gives me a color picker. So we have to bring in that color again. From my document, I go to my colors, and that color is going to be paper. I select the hex color, go back to Bricks, and paste it. And make sure the color appears here and press OK. It didn't update because I've only locked the color here. What you need to do now is go again to the colors and select it. Make sure you select all the text, go to your text color and click on the first swatch, and you will see it updates. Nice. So we've got that one going. I think at this moment, we can see that our font is not the correct font. This is Work Sans. So how we do that is go to this option here, paragraph, and put it on H1. Aha. Now you can see we have things that look 100% the same. For all intents and purposes, they are. They are our H1s. Okay, so I'm getting lost here because of this color. Now I want to change this one, Cape Malay, to turmeric. With Cape Malay selected, let's go grab the color code for turmeric. That is my hex code, and go back into Bricks. Go to our colors, custom color, change here, tab to lock it in and say OK. And look at that. It already updated. We are so happy. But there's one more thing. Remember, I wanted italics, and that is what the rich text element allows us to do to mix this. Within the settings, go to italic, and there we go. And that's how I achieve this. Like I said, there are add-ons on the market that you can do this actually with, but I got it done with the rich text element. Made me so happy that I decided that I'm not going to show the extensions. We're just going to do this. Select this element then, right click and delete. Look at that. Have a quick look, responsive test. It looks so nice, Peter. Yes, so nice. Of course, this is not all. We're going to add buttons. We're going to add a little bit of information bars and then an image, but we'll do each of that in separate videos. Call to actions, buttons, very important, always present on every page. And that's what we're going to do, is we're going to bring in 2 buttons below this paragraph. Let's bring in 1 button first. Click on Add Elements. Select this one first and then Add Elements, and then click on the button. It will drop it below. This button is completely not the way we want it, but what is important is that it is set to primary. Select the button under Content Style Primary, and that is what we want it to be. Before I do any changes in styling and all of that, I want to create 2 buttons next to each other. Right click on this button, select duplicate, and it drops another button below it. So here we get to one of the most important features in modern day page builders, and that is how we can group elements into a container and then treat them differently to the rest of the parent container. The number one way we do that is with a container called div. And if you go to Elements, you will find the div over here. Click and hold, and I'll drag it and I'll put it just above the button so we can have a look. Oh, well, it dropped between the 2. So you see there's a container here and it's empty. There's nothing. A div is just an empty Tupperware container. But we're going to put some stuff in there. And the stuff we're going to put in there are these 2 buttons. The easiest way to do this, like I usually will tell you to do, is go to the structure panel on the right. Here we have a button and our button and the div. What I'll do, grab the top button, drag it under the div, and drag it a little bit to the right when you see that small indent and let go. Now this button is within the div. Do the same for this button. Click, drag it up, and let it go. And the two buttons are within the div. Nice. Select the div, go over to the settings on the left, content, and you will see here it says display, and currently it is set to block. We don't want it to be a block, we want it to be flex. And the reason for that is I want to add space, I want to make it column when we go to mobile device, and I cannot do that with a block. I need it to be flexible. From the drop down, select flex. Nothing changes, but look at all these options I'm getting. The first thing I want to do is add gap between these two buttons. And I do that because at the moment they are next to each other, so that's a column. And I'll give it 16 pixels. Nice. And you see that? Column gap, 16 pixels. Nicely they go in there. But just hang on. If we go to tablet, that looks good. When we go to mobile, it works here, but it's not going to work finally because we're going to have too much text. So on a mobile, I want these two to be stacked on top of each other. With the div selected, go to direction and select vertical column. Now I also have to add a gap here and add the same 16. This time it's a row gap. Look at that. And this is how we create our group, our button group. The div element, ooh, one of my most favorite elements in page building ever. There was a time when we only had Elementor that we had to buy third-party add-ons to get button groups. We couldn't do this. Next up, let's change the text first. I'll go to my document, and the first one is see our tacos. Keep thinking of South Park. See our tacos, select the text and paste. You do the same for this one. Find us in Kuilsrivier, copy. And this time, click on the button. I will change it here under content, select, and paste. Our first button is primary. The second button, click on it. I want to make it light, so I'll put it on light. Previously, we talked about the font that we want to change it to space mono. A few other changes. I want to change the padding as well. But instead of doing it manually, we go set it up under our theme so that in the future, when we use any of these again across our site, I don't have to make those changes again and again and again. Select the styles, style manager, go to elements, and then let's have a look at what's going on. We look for button. Okay, so we have to scroll and look for button. Am I missing the button? Block div. Here, button, selected. Before I scroll down, take a deep breath because this one can be a little bit daunting. Scroll down. So it starts with typography, background color, etc. And as I scroll down, you see that we're going to have style primary, style secondary, and so on. For each of those styles, there are settings that you can lock in at this level. And then when we get to the bottom, you're going to find the size default for padding, size small, medium. These semantics are also here. So the padding is at the bottom and the styling is here at the top. For my site, I'm only going to use the primary and the light. I'm not going to use anything else. So the first thing I will do that is going to be consistent for both of them is the typography. Let's scroll all the way to the top. That's why I say my heart starts beating when I see these things like, where am I? Typography, style default, button, style default, typography, and click here on the pencil. Color, I'm not going to touch the color because they are going to be different for the two. But the font size is going to be 13. And then for our font family, I'll put it on space mono and font weight will be 700. Then we'll go to our letter spacing and I'll put it on 1. Let's save and go have a look at what happened in the builder. Look at that. It has already changed. But I want it all caps, so we have to do that as well. Styles, go back to elements, look for the button, and typography, click on the pencil and text transform, uppercase, save. Nice. There we go. We are almost there. The other thing that's also going to be universal to these two buttons is the padding. So we do the same for padding. Go to Styles, Elements, Button, scroll down to where we get the padding at the bottom here. And link opposite sides. I'm going to use pixels, not M. So for the top, I will use 10 pixels. And for the sides, I'll use 15 pixels. Good. Let's save that. And let's see. Ah, there we are. Things are looking much closer. Next, we're going to tackle them individually because I want the text color to be different for the primary and I want the text color to be different for this light version. Go again to Styles and Elements and then Button, and now we look for our style, primary. Typography, select that. Color, and we put that, it's chili, we're going to put that on tortilla. Save, and let's have a look. Ah, you see? And then we do the same for Find Us in Kuilsrivier. We'll change that to turmeric. Let's go to Styles again. And then Elements, Button, and we look for our style. And this time it will be light over here. Style, Typography, Edit, Color, and turmeric. And save. Nice. And that means in the future, every button I bring in, let's bring in a new button, and I'll click and drag this button into the right column over here. It looks already the way it should for the primary. And when I put it on light, it's going to look like this. What a splendid way to speed up your workflow. Let's have a look again on tablet portrait. It looks good. And then mobile, it is stacked. But wait, those buttons are boring, right? On desktop, we want them to have some kind of color change at a minimum when people hover over them. How do we bring in the hover state? Said we don't really tackle classes. Hover is kind of what they call a pseudo class. So put that somewhere in a technical file and file it away. We just want to work with hover state. There's a way we can do that, and we're also going to do it in the Style Manager. Go to the Style Manager, we select Elements, we go back to the button, scroll to where the style primary is, and then select Edit. Now we want to change the background color, but we only want to change this color for the hover state. How do I activate the hover state? There is a bar here at the top, which is easy to miss. This is the name of our theme, Taco Carnal. And then you see this little button, Selectors. Select the selectors and choose Hover. Alrighty. And with that pink little box there, you now know you are in the hover state. So with your style primary, go to the background color, and from your color palette, let's go and choose ink. Save, so we can see if it works. Exit, and hover, and there you go. There's a lot we can still do here. We'll tackle that in another module, but at least you have an idea of how you change the hover. Let's do the same for the light button. Style Manager, Elements. Where is my... Oh, it's still in hover. Okay, great. That's important to understand that it's still in hover. If you don't want it to be in hover anymore, you have to go here and click on the deselect. But we are in hover. We want to be there. So we go to Button, and that is Style Light. I get dizzy. Background color. Select color palette. The background for this one is this tortilla. I'm also going to put it on black or ink and save. Exit. And there we go. And again, the benefit of this is that when I bring in any button in the future, put it in this column. Oh, no, put it in the column. This is what, okay, I'm getting sick. Let me put it. Let me grab the button and put it in the column like though. Within the structure panel, select the button and you can see the hover still applies. And if I go to my style and I put it on light, same thing. If you're going to use many styles of buttons, if you have your primary, secondary, light, etc., go ahead and set them all up nicely within the style manager. Just don't do it manually. The only thing that should be manual is the text that you add here, but not the rest. It just saves you so much time. One of the things we make a big mistake with when designing websites is we start with the website, we are motivated, full of energy, and we work on it, and then something happens and you don't have a few days or months, and when you come back to it, you cannot remember how you had styled it. And that's where the theme styler comes up and plays this crucial role in making sure that things can stay consistent and help you by saving a lot of time and avoiding the frustration. Delete this button, right click and delete. Below this, we're going to add badges, a little bit of information about our business hours and where we are. We'll do that in the next video. From here, we want to achieve the following, and that is to create this badge area below about the tacos that they are serving, as well as where they are located, and something like family-owned restaurant and the names. In the past, we used to keep the Euro section very empty. Lately, we like to add a little bit more information into the Euro section. Why I'm tackling this in a separate video is because we're going to be working with divs, within divs and blocks, and literally, it is something to wrap around. One of the reasons we're going to do that is we designed this and we put it in a box, in a div, and then we just copy it 2 times so we don't have to do any styling again. And that's one of the features I love about a container. You put things inside a container and then you just duplicate it. You don't need to do all of that styling again. Right, so into bricks we go, and we're going to use basic text elements for this. Click on the plus, basic text, and I'll drag it. Ooh, you see we have those pink lines again, making me so nauseous. I'll just drop it there, otherwise I'm going to go crazy. I'll select it and change the color so I at least can see where it is. And which color are we going for? This one? Yes, we'll put it on tortilla. Go to the structure panel on the right, and then grab the basic text and we put it under the div. Make sure you drag it a little bit to the left, and there we go. Duplicate this one because we want 2. Let's go grab the text. The first one is for signature tacos. Select and paste. And the next one is curry chili brie and tortilla. And select and. Let's style it out. Both of these I'm going to put on open sun space mono. So for the first one, space mono, and we will put that on 700. This one select, also put it on space mono. And for the color, I will put it on paper and I will reduce the size to 13. 14. 14 is better. They are far apart, but don't worry about that because we're going to do something about that now. From my demo, you can see that we are going to do this 2 more times. But instead of doing all of that manual styling again, we'll do the following. First, we're going to group these 2. Select the first one. I hold Control and select the second one. 2 blue boxes appear. In the top left, it says Bulk Edit 2, and on the right, you will see both of them light up in baby blue. What we're going to do is right-click over them and then go to Wrap. If you just select Wrap, it's going to drop it inside a block, or you can choose to put it inside a container or inside a div. Let's go ahead and put it in a block and see what happens. Drop it in a block, and I think that's exactly what I want. And in fact, that space has been removed. Let's click outside. Nice. Nothing more that I want here. This works perfectly for me. And I can go check it on tablet. Yep, it works. And I check it on my mobile device. Yeah, it works. Beautiful. Now all I need to do is click on the block, select it, and duplicate it 2 times. Let's change the text first. Van Riebeck Road. And then the next one, I think, is business hours. Open Mondays. Huh? I think it's open Mondays to Sundays, if I'm not mistaken. No, this is wrong. It's open Tuesdays to Sundays. Typical restaurants that are closed on Mondays. Let's copy this text and go back, select, paste. And then the last one, family owned. Good. And then, and the last bit of info, Riyadh and Farah Adams. Copy and paste. But let's have a look at what happens when we go to tablet. Looks good? Looks good. One problem though. I think the space between this block, that gap is too much. And that gap we get from our column. Remember, we put up that gap. We click the column, go to content, and the row gap is 24. This is too much. But if I reduce the row gap here, it will reduce it everywhere. So I don't want that. I only want the row gap to be different for these three. To do that, we're going to wrap them inside a div or a block, and then we're going to set a different gap for them. I love it. Select the first one, hold Shift, and select the last one, and it will select all the three blocks. And you can see here in the structure panel on the right, they are selected. Right-click, go to wrap, and let's put it in a div. Div or block, same thing. I'll put it in a div. And now, nicely it drops like that. With it selected, don't make any changes because that means you'll be editing all three of them at the same time. What we want to edit is the new div that we've created. Structure panel on the right, select the div. There we go. Then I don't see my gap here. And the reason is because the display is set to block and we want it on flex. Flex by default is set to horizontal row. So they are stacked next to each other, but we want them vertical. So select vertical and then go to row gap and we add row gap of 12. Just a little bit of that space. Yes, 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 it looks the way we want it to look. To make it sparkle even more, we want to give our call to actions prominence, so we give them more space. They are inside the div, so I'll click here in the middle to select the div, select our layout, and then margin. I will link opposites link, and I'll add 16 pixels at the top and the bottom. Stands out nicely. Let's check it on tablet. And finally on mobile portrait. Let's go back and save. Preview on the front end. Activate Pixify. And we check this one here, the 360. Yes, it looks good. Very, very happy with what we've created here so far for the Euro section. There's only one part left. I'll deactivate Pixify, go back into the builder, and that is to bring in the hero image here in the right-hand column. We'll do that in the next video. Let's continue, and now we're going to bring in an image on the right. And what I also want to achieve with that, let's scroll up here, is to have this image on the XY axis center aligned. I'm always bad at remembering whether it's the X or the Y. But we want it on the vertical axis. Even that, I'm not sure. Let's go back, and I want you to quickly have a look at this, and then I'm going to show you why this is going to completely perplex you if you're coming from any other page builder, and you'll struggle with trying to figure out what's going on here. The reason is other page builders, most page builders, do a lot of things for us that Bricks isn't going to do for you, because it thinks that maybe sometimes you want more control, and that's why it doesn't do certain things automatically. Have a look, and before we continue, I'm going to show you first how it works in Divi and Breakdance very quickly so that you get a real idea of what you're going to face. I have here a section. I'll bring in another section, and I'm going to bring in one with 2 columns. You can see this is kind of what we are used to, 2 columns. Let me add a heading here on the left, and I'll add a paragraph on the, what is that one called, the text. And below the text, we can add a button. Just quickly show you what's going on here. And now in the column on the right, I bring in an icon, any icon. I want to place the icon in the middle so that it's nice and evenly balanced. What we can do with Flex containers and modern day designing is I select the parent container. I'll go to the structure, the layers panel on the left, and select the column in which it is located. Divi has a nice feature called wireframe view. I'll switch it on, and now you can see here's the column on the right, and there is the icon, and the boxes show you where those different modules and elements go. With the column selected, just like we would do in Bricks, we go to Design, Layout, and here, Justify Content, I'll put it on center, and it drops it nicely there. This is exactly what you would expect, whether it's Elementor or any other page builder. To drill this in, I'll hop on over to Breakdance. We're going to do the same here. I'll select any section here, go add another section. It will drop the section here. And then from this section, I'll bring in 2 columns. Same thing. Let's just bring an image for this one. Image, nice and large. And then on the right, same thing. I'll bring in an icon, drop it in. There is the icon. Same like before. If you look, structure panel on the right, I select the column. Layout, same thing. I'll put it on vertical, and then I'll center align it and vertical align. It's in the middle. This is where Bricks works differently. We go into Bricks, click on the column on the right, and bring in an image, because that is what we want to do, image, and drop it in. Select the image element, go to Content, select Image, and from my folder, I'll drag in the image, which is this one, hero. Insert. I want it nicely aligned to the center, so I'll do exactly what I did in Divi and Breakdance. I'll select the parent container. To the structure panel on the right, select the column, and from what we understand, align main axis, put it on center. And nothing happens. And the reason nothing happens, let's undo this. Again, and undo, and go back to where we were when this all started. Select the entire section container. And notice that we have the column here on the left and the column up on the right. This column isn't the same height as the column on the left. In Divi, Breakdance, Elementor, all the other page builders, whenever you bring in columns, the columns automatically will stretch the same height as the one with the most content. If this was in Divi, this column would stretch all the way here to the bottom. Same for Breakdance. But Brick says, maybe you don't want to do that. And that is why when I put an image in here, and I'll go forward, bring in the image, and one more. Select the image. There it is. Bring it in again. Let me save and just refresh here. Reload canvas. I just bragged earlier. I never had to do it, and now I have to do it. But that is because I went back and forth. What is happening is that the column hasn't stretched the same height as the one on the left. If I select the column, there it is. There's the blue box. It ends there. So when I tell it to align to the main axis center, it is aligned, but to the column. There are 2 ways you resolve this in Bricks. The first one is you can clear this align main axis out, and you go to align self. Align self is going to align it proportionally. What is the word for this? It's going align self accordingly to the parent container. And the parent container in this case is the container. If I select center, I achieve it this way. This feels counterintuitive, but this is actually correct. These guys, Divi, Breakdance, Elementor, and the other bunch, they just set this up for you so that you don't have to go through this. The way it is done in the other builders, which is the technical way why the column stays the same height, clear align self here. Make sure that you go from column and select the parent container, which is the container. And then you go to align cross axis and you select stretch. Now when I select the column, on the right, you will see it has been stretched and it's basically stretching to the container it is in. Now it looks exactly like Divi and the rest. If I take it now, the column, and I go to align main axis center, it behaves exactly the same. Two different ways, same result, but I want to show you where this comes from. I know for a fact that many people who come from other page builders struggle with this concept. What happened? Why is the column behaving like this? And it almost feels like, did we step back into the Stone Ages? No, it is just more control within your hands. You can apply a mask to the image, select the image, and then under content, scroll down on the left side, and then you see mask here. Select, and you have many to choose from. You can put it in a file. Ooh, not bad, not bad. Always surprise myself. Many things here, square, rounded. We're going to go very simple to the top, and we select circle, circle here. That's all we're going to do for this one. Size, you can make sure it looks good. I'll set it to cover and you can change the position. But for circle, and this is a square image, not going to make a difference. The other thing is we want to add space between the left column and the right column. Whenever we want to add space, we do it with a gap. And when we work with the gap, we have to select the parent container. And in this case, it's the container. Select the container. Then we go to gap. This is a column gap. And I'll add 36. There we go. That's nice. What do we need to do next? And that is responsive view. Tablet. Yep, I think it looks okay. And then we go to mobile portrait. Ooh, a few things we need to change here. First of all, this image is too big. Secondly, the image at the bottom isn't good for mobile display. We want the image at the top. And we do that by reversing the columns. The columns is within the container. Select the container while you are in mobile view. Then go to container content, settings here on the left, and look at direction. Switch to vertical. We want it stacked. Well, it's already stacked. And now go to reverse, and it switches it around. Next, select the image. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Go to style, and then under sizing, go to width, and we'll put it on 75%. Select the column so we can get it again back to the center, and we go to align cross axis. We put it again there. Space between the image and the rest, that is a gap because we're working with two columns. Again, if we want to add that gap, we work with the parent container, which is container. Select the container, and now we have the row gap. For the column, we added at 36. Let's see, 36 works for me as well. There we go. Let's go back to desktop. Let's save. View on front end and activate Pixify. Make sure it looks good on these devices. Yup. And that brings us to the end of the Euro section. Big job. Let's just have a look on the desktop here. Big job. We did a lot. I cut it up into 5 or 6 videos. But each of these videos contain crucial information that will help you master bricks. There are many things here that we can speed up even more. And I keep promising that will be module 2 to module 4. We'll bring in a lot of variables and also classes that will help you with those things that you are going to repeat. Make it easier to style it out. Let's deactivate Pixify. I'll close our Divi. Thank you for your contribution to this tutorial and breakdowns. Yes, we thank you too. Up next, we are going to create the menu section. Just note, you will see that these two bars, one at the top and the one at the bottom, I haven't touched them. We'll do them near the end. Then we'll bring in this little bit of design flair. My voice is slowly going, so I need to take a break, but let's do one more chapter, and then I'll go have some tea and scones. or like my English teacher used to say, scones. Yep, that would be the afternoon treat. We're going to be creating this. And that is a nice section here with 4 cards, something that's on our menu, not the whole menu, but the 4 signature dishes that you can find at our restaurant. Let's go into the Bricks Builder and start this a la fresh. This is where we ended off. We need to bring in a new section. I'll select this one and then click on Add and bring in a section. This happens, heaven knows why. It drops it at the top. I don't like it there. Go to the structure on the right, collapse all. Grab this section and drag it to the bottom. Make sure you drag it to the left because you can put sections within sections. Let's give it a name so we don't get confused. Section, and I'll call it the menu. Good. With the section selected, let's change the background color first, style, and then background. And from the color palette, we choose pepper. Essentially, we are copying these 3 that you see up here. We are going to be repeating this layout across the sections. What I'm going to do is select them, select the first one, then hold Shift on your keyboard and select the third one. It will combine these 3. If I open up my structure, where is it now? Expand all. Then where is it now? Oh, it deselected. Let's do it again. Click on it and Shift, click on the third one, and you can see they are nicely selected there. Right click and copy, then go down to this section, over the container, right click and paste. And it drops it nicely for us in the container. I'll use this container as a box for it, so we'll clean it up a bit. I think first let's just get everything so we can see it. Let's go to our overline and change the color, typography, and we put it chili red. Next, we will delete this one. The reason we are deleting this one is because we're going to use a heading, not the rich text element. So we go for heading, just click on it, it drops it below. Select the heading and go to content and put it on H2. From now on, these will be all H2. And then for the paragraph below that, we also change the color and we put it on ink. You may be inclined to make changes to the container in terms of the size and the gap, but it's better to keep the container as it is so that it's stretching the whole full width. What we'll do is we'll add all of these into a div. Select it again, the overline, and go to the last one, Shift and click to select all of them, right click and go to Wrap and select Div. Nothing changes technically, but we've added one more container. With this container now selected, and you can see here on the right, I select Div, then we go to Content, Display, and we put it on Flex. We put it on vertical so it's under each other and add a row gap of 24 pixels. Hop over to Style, go to Layout, Width, and we restrain it to 600 pixels. And that's how we get this little layout for it. If it doesn't work for you, it's probably because you left everything within the container. Remember to put it in a div, and you put the div in the container, so the container always looks like this. Now we bring in another container. With the container selected, go to Add Elements and click on another container. Drop it in, and you will see it drops within the container. We want to have it as a separate container. To do that, go to the structure and select the container at the bottom and just drag it slightly to the left. And once you've done that, you will see it stands alone. Now it's 2 containers on top of each other. To add space between these 2, we go to the parent container, select the section and content. We give it row gap also of 24. We can add some more later. Select the container, select here layout, and we add 4 columns. Remember, every column is just a block element. Let's bring in all the elements. We start at the top with an icon. Add, let's look for icon. There it is, drop it in. Below that is another overline type of text. So I'll just bring in a normal text element, which is basic text. Below this, I will bring in a heading, which will be H3. Then I'll have a short description, which will be basic text again. I'll have a divider under that. Let me just do my spelling, divider. There we go. And below the divider, I will bring in the pricing, which is a normal text. And I'll just bring in 1 for that. All nice and crazy. Let's start working with it. Select the icon. In the settings panel on the left, go to the icon. From the drop down and select SVG. Select File. Go to your browser and bring in the first icon. And we're going to have an error reading. Before you can use SVGs, you have to give permission to use it. Close here. Let's save what we were doing here. Go to the B for the dashboard, Bricks, Settings, and then under General, just scroll down to SVG Uploads and activate it for you. You are the administrator. Scroll to the bottom and save settings. Jump to the front, Edit with Bricks, scroll down, and where is my icon? The icon is there, but because I didn't upload anything, it now appears as empty space. I'll select this paragraph, scroll to the bottom, then select the icon here in the structure panel. Go to Upload, no file selected. We go through this, bring in this icon. And there's my little taco. Insert taco de taco. It looks weird. Again, one of those things that will dissuade a lot of people from using bricks. Go to height. And what height do I want here? 42. 42 pixels for the height and for the width. I'll just type in both so I can have full control over it. A bit of margin at the bottom, style, layout, and then margin bottom. And I'll add 16 pixels, give that little bit of space. Select the next text, and this will now be card 1. This will be signature. I can probably just type that, but click the text and paste signature. Let's change out all of the text quickly for this. For the heading, and then for the description. And then at the bottom, 2 tacos and the 68 Rand, that's our currency. I will bring that in later. You'll understand because I'm going to style this one out and then copy, just duplicate it and then bring in the Rand. When working with a card like this, you definitely want to use classes. But like I said, we're going hard manual in module 1. So we'll do this again in module 2. Select signature, typography, go to color, put it on teal, font size 14. We'll put it uppercase and of course good space mono and font weight 700. Select the heading. Make sure it's on H3 by default. It comes in at H3. We're not going to make any changes to it. That is how we set it up at the beginning in the theme. Select the paragraph. We'll keep it except for changing the size. Go to font size and put it on 14. Bring it down a little bit. The divider is next, and I cannot select it. So what I'll do is select it from the structure panel. Under content, we set the height. I'll make it 2. Add margins to the top and bottom. Let's go to layout and the margin at the top. Let's link it first and we put it on 16. For my 2 tacos, select it, and all we do is go to typography and change the font weight to 900. No, that's too big. 700. Now that I've set up the 2 tacos, and that is the style, I'll go ahead and duplicate and now bring in the last bit of text, which is 86 Rand. I'll just type that. Let's go for 86 Rand. We want these 2 next to each other, but in the same line. First thing we'll do is group them. Select 2 tacos, hold shift and click on the next one, which is 86 Rand with them selected. Right click and let's drop them into a div. Select the div, go to the structure, div, and content display. Put it on flex and make sure it is vertical, which it is at the moment. 2 things you have to do is first you have to stretch the div so it is the full width of the container. That is align self, and then you go to stretch. Now you can see the box has stretched. After you've done that, go to align main axis and click on space between. It will take the one on the left, the other one on the right, and add space between. Nice little way how we achieve that. What's very important about working with cards is you want to style one card out perfectly. And once you've done that, you copy it to the rest. Make sure it looks good on responsive view. and only then do you bring in the other content. I'll show you my mock-up to show you what happens if you don't do that. This is my original demo. When I go to tablet portrait, this is what happens, which is what I don't like. I have content here that's a little bit shorter than this one. So it goes up and it doesn't look good. What I've done is in the end I stretched at least the columns so that they are the same height, but it still looks uneven and it screams kind of amateur, somebody who doesn't know what they are doing. We solved this by taking all of this, the icon, the signature, the heading, the text, and the divider, and we put it in one div. And I'll show you how that is going to solve this problem for us. Go back to where we are working. What I said is we take everything up to the div, click on the icon, hold shift, and click on the div. Let's try it again. Not working. So what we do is go to the structure panel, select the icon, hold shift, and click on the divider, not div, divider. With all of them selected, right click, wrap, and we go again to div. Select the div, content, display, and we put it on flex. By default, it is horizontal. We want it vertical, so just select vertical. We add gaps so it looks better, and because they are all vertical, it will be a row gap of 12 pixels. Very nice. Next, select again the column. So we have to make sure we select the column. For the column, we bring in a border. Let's look for the border over here. Borders, the width, I will first select all sides linked, give it 2, style, make it solid, and the color, we will put it on ink. This doesn't look good, and whenever it looks like that, we probably need to bring in some negative space. Select it again, make sure you select the entire column. Go to Style, Layout, and we add padding all around, all sides linked, and I'll add 24. That looks much better. At this moment, there's one thing that you have to pay attention to. Something else is happening here, which again doesn't happen in other builders. If you were to take a ruler and you measure from here to here, you will see that these 3 columns on the right are narrower than this one. What is happening in this flex environment is that they are all being stretched. This is trying to fit in, and because of that, these guys are going smaller. But once we duplicate this, they will all become same width. You'll see soon how that works. But for now, note that these columns are actually narrower than this column over here. Before I duplicate it, let's go to tablet portrait. That looks fine. And then hop onto mobile portrait, and by default, it is going to stack. I like it, so I have to do 0 here. Love it. Now that we have it the way we want it, we can go ahead and duplicate it. Select what do we want to select here? We want to select the column. Make sure we have selected the column. I'll just collapse it a little bit here, and then right click, and I'll right click in the structure, duplicate, and I'll do it 2 more times. Don't worry how it looks. Don't even look at it. And then go to these 3, right click, and then delete, delete, delete. Select the container, go to content, and we add a gap between the columns. Small gap, just 8 pixels. Let's have a look. Tablet, mobile. Oh yeah, this one. So we have to add a gap here as well. Now that it is stacked, select the container, this container, and then also add a row gap of 8 pixels. Now we change out the content, and we're going to run into that issue. First, let's do the icons, because that's going to be super easy. Select this icon, bring in the next one. Slightly different. Bring in my 3rd icon. And then the last one, it's the churro. What is it? Cook Sister Churro. There we go. Okay, and change out all of this, local favorite. This is so nice. All I have to do is just copy and paste. Styling is already done. Our responsive styling is all done. And here I just have to make it 72 Rand. 72. Good. And the next one, Braai Classic. Braai Classic. And Society Taco. Society Taco. Interesting one. And then the description. Select that. This is also 2 pieces at 65 Rand. So just change the 8 to a 5. And then the last one. This is dessert. Cook Sister Churro. And this one. And this will be 4 pieces, not tacos. And it will be 45 Rand. Good. As we are expecting, we're going to have a little bit of issues the moment we go to tablet. There you see, we have it again. But here is the thing. I had put all of this in one div, and these guys are in a separate div of their own. So what I can do is go to the column, make sure you select the column, and I'll select the second column because now we'll do it manually. Let's just close all of these. So on the right, I have my container, column 1, and I'll change the name so we don't get confused. Card 1. Well, this one, card 2. Double click to select card 3 and card 4. We face a number of issues here. Yes, you can see this column here is the tallest. So first of all, we have to stretch all of these guys so that they are the same height as this one. To do that in one go, we click container like we did previously. Go to align cross axis and select stretch. And now they're all stretched. That's a good start. But now we need to make sure that this tacos here at the bottom is at the same bottom height as these 4 pieces. Select card 1 and select align main axis, space between. Aha, see that? And you can do the same for card 2. Align main axis, space between. And we do the same for card 3, align space between. In fact, I would say probably I should have put the divider together with this, or even put the divider separately. Then it will float in the middle. That's a better option. But we've come a long way. I think this is okay. I'm not going to make those changes now. At least there's a little bit of balance here. On our mobile landscape, we're not going to have any issues because we don't have to worry about all of that. Even if these cards are different heights, no one is going to care about it because they are stacked, and the same for the mobile. Good. Let's go have a look on the front end. Save, view on front end. Looks nice, very professional. And then activate Pixify. Scroll down here. Hey man, good job. When I was in primary school, they used to put a golden star or a golden dot on our forehead. And it was the biggest pride you can imagine, going home and show your mom that you had this gold star on your front head. Oh, the good old days. One more thing, we'll add a little note here at the bottom. Click on the section, add, and bring in another container, and it drops in the container nicely for us. Within the container, we bring in a basic text element, select. And I grab this full menu, sides and drinks available in store and on our WhatsApp order line. Very popular here. And then I go back to my builder, select everything, paste, and let's style it out. Go to style, typography, color. I'll put it on ink, and the reason I want to reduce the opacity, so go to color picker, just reduce it a bit. Font size, 13. Scroll down, where is font style? Italic. There we go. And let's make sure it looks good on the other devices as well. Brilliant. We've created the menu section. My voice is definitely going to crack up very soon. So scone time and tea time. And then we'll continue. We're making good headway. We have completed 2 sections of the 5 sections, and we still have a navigation to go as well. Up next, we'll do an About Us section. can see we're going to copy a lot of stuff and just repeat it here. And then we'll do the testimonial. Does this look familiar? 3 cards, right? We just work with cards. And then we'll get here to the Contact Us section. And then after that, I'll show you how to put in the navigation bar, jump links, and also how to create this design element. Welcome back to Websites for Beginners. We are diving into bricks, and are we loving it? Yes, we're loving it. My name is JP, and this is Module 1, a one-pager we're building out. Since the previous chapter, there's been an update. WordPress 7.0.3 has rolled out, and I just had to update it. Nothing to get excited about. I usually don't care about these updates, but they do happen. What is important is that it's 6 degrees outside. It's very cold. The heater is on here. Dogs and cats all lying in front of it. One big happy family. What are we creating in this chapter? We're going to create this About Us section. And the design is simple, basic. The execution is going to give us a few things to think about. But what I love about bricks at all times is that I can solve it. Unlike the other cases I run into with many page builders where you run into an issue and you just cannot solve it and no one can help you, the support doesn't seem to be able to give you an answer. Bricks, there's a solution. I really appreciate that. Like I said, this looks simplistic. We have an image on the left. We have our regular section. And I always urge people that once you get here, you have to start thinking in terms of time saving. What can I reuse from previous sections? And you should be able to recognize already that this section alone here, if I scroll up, is similar to this section and this section. In Module 2, we're going to talk about components, really cool, so that we don't have to copy things every time. We can just maybe save it and reuse it. The copy-paste feature is so powerful though in bricks, and we're just making a one-pager. So that's why we are sticking to that. The other thing is, if you look at this little bar section that we've got here with info, have we done this somewhere before on the page? Hey, Bobby, what do you say? Yeah, Bobby's not paying attention because it looks very similar to this layout. And that means we've set up this layout. We're just going to change a little bit the fonts, the styling, and no need to redesign all of that from scratch. Good. Now that we have an idea of where we are heading to, let's jump back into our builder. I'll go to the front end. Let's see what we've done so far. This was our hero section, and this was our menu section. Click in the toolbar at the top, edit with bricks. Scroll to the bottom, and I'll just click here, go to add elements or components, and we select section. Click on the container, and then we do the same. Okay. Let's move this one again up now that we have figured that one out. This is the first column. It's set to 33%. I want it at 40%. Select the column, go to the settings on the left, and we are looking at layout. Width, you can see, has already been applied. So this is a preset basically that Bricks gives us. And we'll just change the 33 to 40. Word of caution. In many other builders, when you change the left column, the right column adjusts automatically. That is not the case, even though it looks like it may have adjusted. Select the right-hand column, and you'll see it's still set to 67%. Better to go and dial in the 60%. That's a lot to do with how the flex properties work, but it's better that you lock it in, that you don't get confused on later. In the first block, with it selected, we go to add elements and we look for image. I'll type in image in the search elements. That's easy, and click on the image, drops in. Select the element, content, select image, grab my folder, and not many assets actually for this tutorial. Very basic, but I like it. With the image selected, click on insert, and we've got our image going for us. I want to add a border. Before I do that, let's change the background again of the section. Select the section, style, and then background. We go to our color palette and select teal. Click again on the image, go to border, select the edit for border. We give it a width of 3, and we link all of the sides. Style, we want to make it solid, and the color value is going to be tortilla. Not 3, I think it's 5. Why do I get confused so easily? While we are here, we also notice that the space between these two columns, in fact, there is no space, and we need to add some space there. Select the parent container. In this case, it's called container. I'll select it from the structure menu, content, and then we go to column gap, and I'll add in 48. For now, we are done with the image. We'll come back to it once we've built out everything here over in the column on the right. We talked about, speeding things up. So instead of designing everything again, this little header design that we have here, I'm just going to go ahead and click to select the entire div in which we had put all of this, right click and go for copy. Select the column, click in it, right click and select paste. What do we need to do? We need to just change out our content. Let's do that first. Where am I? Here, about us. So we start with our story, copy, select the overline, paste, and we'll do the styling in a bit. Then our heading. Did I copy that? Copy, paste. Doesn't want to paste. There we go. And then this one is going to be different. I've got 2 paragraphs here, and I want to put them in one element so that we can style them in one time. What I did previously, I brought in 2 basic text elements, but we're going to do the rich text element for this one because I want to show you how that is done. What I'll do for now is I'm going to copy it. We go to the front end, select this and paste so we can talk about the issue and you can understand what the issue is. Let's change the colors first. Select style and we go to typography and we put the color on turmeric. For this one, we're going to put the color on tortilla, and for the text, we're going to put the color on paper. Before we continue, this is one of those things very easy to forget. When I had created this div section up here, I had restricted the size. I'll click on it. We can go to our layout to 600 pixels. That's how I got these lines to break into this paragraph. That's not a good idea here because I already have it in a column. Does it make a difference? Let me show you. Select the div. We go to content, layout, and clear the width. And as I do that, you can see there's been a shift on the page. So what has happened? The 600 pixels have been honored by Bricks. And this is really one of those things that throw people off about Flicks. And every page builder wangles this a little bit differently. So when I put it on 600 pixels, even though this column is on 40%, it squashes this column a little bit to honor the locked-in 600 pixels. Hope that makes kind of sense. We don't want to get technical, but it is important that you have to remember we put this one on 600 pixels, so we have to remove it here, just leave it empty so that it adjusts to the size of the column. Let's talk about this one next. I have these 2 paragraphs, and the good thing about a paragraph that we are all used to is a little bit of space between these 2 paragraphs. It makes it easier to read. It's also good for visual display. With the basic text element, you do not get that. So we cannot achieve this with the basic text element. What we need to do is bring in the rich text element because that will bring in that paragraph spacing for us. I will leave this one. With it selected, let's go to add. I'll look for text and then select rich text and it will drop it below. Select the text and I'll paste the same text again. And immediately you can see that the space has been applied. Let's change the color. I'll go to style, typography, color, and we put it also on paper. In this case, I am actually extremely happy with the spacing of this paragraph. I'll just click here at the end. There's definitely enter there and I'll remove it. Same for this one. So fair is fair. What though if this spacing is not to your liking? How can you take control over this spacing? Before we talk about that, let's go to this paragraph and delete it. It's unnecessary for us at this moment. As I said, this spacing as it is here, I'm actually extremely happy with it. I don't have an issue with it, and I'll go ahead and save, Control S, Command S. But it is good to know where you have control over the spacing. Again, so many page builders do not give you this feature. In Bricks, you set this within the theme. So let's leave it there. Like I said, I think this is pretty good, and I'm guessing it's 24 pixels. Go to your Style Manager, select Theme Styles, and look for this option here, Contextual Spacing. Select, scroll down, and you will see Contextual Spacing, and it says here, Contextual Spacing applies a top margin to elements with a preceding sibling with an embedded content, right? Basically what it means, if you have paragraph within paragraph, then it will apply a margin to the bottom one, the bottom paragraph to the top to give you that spacing. And we are interested in the paragraph because that's what this is. Select the value and add something ridiculous here like 120 pixels. Select Save, exit by pressing Escape on the keyboard, and you can see a massive amount of space has been added here. Now you know where you can set this. As I mentioned though, I thought that original default setting was pretty good. We go again to Manage, Theme Styles, Contextual Spacing. Let's dial in something that we're going to use. I'll put it on 36 pixels just to be different. Save and click outside so we can go back, and there we go. Unfortunately, I want to be different with the 36, but the problem is clearly the space between my heading and this one is smaller than these two. So this is a very good example of a design mistake because now this paragraph feels different than the whole setup here. So the 36 definitely doesn't work. Let's correct my mistake and we go back. And in fact, I'm going to just delete it. This is 24 pixels. I'm confident in that. Save it. And now it looks better again. Then we bring in that little bar at the bottom. We're going to copy this, select, and we need to get the whole div. So if you cannot get it, select any of this. You can go to the structure panel and select the parent, which is this div. Or you can go to the breadcrumbs that we activated earlier and select the div from here. Right click. And no, now it selects that one. So let's go back to the structure panel, select the div, right click and copy. Go to the bottom, select and then click paste. There we go. Nice. Very, very quickly done. Before we change any of the content, we are going to make changes to the styling. I will first style this first one out and then duplicate it 2 times. So these two I'm going to delete. Yes, if you've worked with bricks, the first thing that comes into your head is either classes or components. I've mentioned it a few times. Module 2. For now, let's get a good grip of how things work within bricks. I'll select this one and let me just see where it is within my, here we go. So we have, this is the div, and then we have these 3 blocks. So what I will do is delete it here from the structure panel. And let me bring in the text for the first one. It's just 2022. Didn't need to copy that. And then shop open doors. Let's choose the 2022 and style it out. Go to typography, turmeric. And then the font family, we're going to put it on Francis. And for our size, 36. And guess what? We're going to leave this styling as is. We're extremely happy with that. Now I select the block again within the div and I'll duplicate it 2 times. One more time, duplicate. 4, so this time I'm not going to copy the 4. We can type that in. 4 and paste this one. Signature tacos on the menu. And then 100% family fun every single day, except Mondays. 100%. And let's get that one in there. And add a bit of separation between this and this div here. There's a few ways you can do this. It's one of those things when it comes to all this control that bricks gives you. is how do you often do a thing, and there's more than 1, 2, 3, there's so many ways you can do it. What I want to do is add space here, more space, so that this little section and this part here feels, a little bit more separated, and it puts more attention to what we have here at the bottom. What I can do is to click on the div. Let's select the div. Where is the div? Is it this div? Yes. And then add margin at the top. But actually in this column, I only have 2 divs. I have this div here at the top. And let me just go here. This is the div. Let's close it. I'll show you in the structure on the right. So I have put this div inside that div. That is why the structure panel is so important. Note here, this is the div, which is supposed to be only this part. But then the second div I had placed inside that div. So I'm going to grab the div at the bottom and just drag it slightly to the left. And now we have these 2 separate. So this is the first div that we brought in. We copied it from here. And then we brought this div and we copied it from here. Hope I didn't confuse you too much there. All I need to do, because we are working with 2, is I can select the column. And instead of adding margins, I can just tell the column to add a gap here. Go to the content, row gap, 36. And I add that extra space. It looks better. Let's do a quick responsive check. On our tablet, it's fine. And then on our mobile. So what happens on the mobile, it's going to be stacked. But it also does a second thing. We locked in 40% and 60%. And Bricks is honoring those settings that we gave the columns. So we have to change that. I will select the image and then select block from my settings, which is the column. You can also select column in the structure panel. Go to layout, and where it says width, add 40%. I'll type in 100%. There we go. And we do the same for this one. Let's select the next column and type in 100%. And now we want to add spacing between these 2. So we go to the parent container, which is container. And then we add our spacing at the content. And this is a row gap. Let's do it a little bit less at 36%. This looks so pretty. Back to desktop goes one thing here. I feel the image is a little bit up there, and specifically that we have just this one single color background. This looks weird. It looks like something should be there. And what we are going to do is make this image stretch. Now, I've mentioned to you the difference between a builder like Bricks and many others is that the left-hand column isn't automatically the same height as the right-hand column. So when I click on this image and I want to extend it, it's not going to grow. I first need to tell the column that this column needs to stretch the same height as what this column will be. And we do that actually at the parent container of the columns. Select the parent container, which is the container. Go to Content, align cross-axis, and select Stretch. And now, as I hover here, you can see that it says block, which is the column. It has stretched now. Now, this column is the same height, whatever the column is on the right, and vice versa. It's always going to be the same height, these 2 columns. We did this at the container level. Next, click on the image. Now we want this image to grow, so we want to resize it. Go to Layout, and we set the height to 100%. And the width also to 100% in those cases where the width will come into play. But for our case, the height is the only one that actually matters. But just be aware, sometimes you may want to play with the width, but for us, it's going to be about the height. Unfortunately, our chefs have stretched in length, and that doesn't look good. We fixed that by going to Content, Object Fit, Select, and select Cover. And we fixed that. Let's have a look at how that is going to work on our portrait. Yep, that looks good. It's also stretched. And when we go to mobile, no change because it's already stretched all the way in the width for the column. To make sure we didn't make any boo-boos here, let's save our work and go view it on the front end and activate Pixify. Have a look at the mobile devices. We already looked at those two, and then we get to our new About Us section. Nice. It's just nice. And that's the whole thing. I'll probably say it a few times about bricks. You're going to find a way to solve it. It may be a new way. You may feel it's a little bit complicated, but actually doing it with bricks, you learn more about how page builders work and the concepts that are taken for granted in so many other builders. That's good. We're done with this section. Let's head on over to the next section, which will be testimonials. Chapter 25, and we will be building out the testimonial section. And again, I implore you, my dear fellow web developer, to think about what we have here, and have we maybe done this somewhere else on the page? Do we need to create it from scratch? Answer, of course, is definitely yes on the page, and no, we don't need to create it from scratch. We always love to take shortcuts. Let's do that. Into the bricks builder we go. Let me just deactivate Pixify first and bring in a new section. Let's see if I can get the section thing right. I'll click on the last section and click again on section. No, it drags it there at the top. I need to figure that one out. Good. So first things first, let's change the background color. We go to background and we set the color to tortilla. And once we have it on tortilla, we're going to just copy a number of things. Oh, wait, no. Go ahead and delete. Yes, I told you, can we do it easier? Before we do anything else, let's just go to the structure panel and collapse all. I just want to rename this section that we have here, and we're going to call this our About Us. And then what I was thinking is, let's just copy this entire section, right? And then we basically have to do very little. So I'll go to the section and I'll go here in the structure on the right click over it and select duplicate. And now I have two of them. With the structure panel open, I'll click on either of the two and I'll drag it to the bottom. And then let's just change the name quickly, and this is going to be testimonials. Testimonials. There we go, testimonials. Nice. Let's delete this container at the bottom, right click on it and delete. And then let's start with styling out, change out the content. That was super easy, right? I almost made extra work for myself. What Kuilsrivier is saying, let's go ahead, switch it on. And then the heading, loved by locals, discovered by everyone else. Oh, nice. And then that goes in there, looks good. And we don't have a lead paragraph. When I say lead, you can go check online. The spelling isn't L-E-A-D. It's L-E-D-E, lead paragraph. Go check out what is a lead paragraph. But sorry, lead paragraph, you are a no-go for us here, so we delete it. Delete paragraph. We'll only have 3 cards for our testimonials. I'll go to the last testimonial, hover over the card, right-click and select delete. And automatically it resizes. Nice little flex feature. What I'll do, as always, we're going to style out one of these first. I don't need an icon. I'll delete it. I don't need the divider. I don't need this section here at the bottom. I'll delete it. And I don't need the divider. I'll delete it. Difficult to get it. Let me delete everything and just bring it in so we have card 1. And then I'll go to the card and delete the div. Okay, we delete that. With the column, which is a block, selected, let's bring in the rating element first. Select Add Elements, look for rating by typing in rating in the search bar and select rating. Click on it to get to the settings. We go to content first and we say the rating is 5 and the maximum rating is 5. That gives us 5 stars. If you want 10, type in 10. And you get 10 stars, but we are happy with 5. The rest we're also happy with, except we want to make the icon a little bit smaller. Under icon size, type in 16. And here is something that I mentioned at the very, very beginning when it comes to what all page builders try to do is group certain ideas together. They have content and they have style. And style usually is about the size. But because the icon doesn't fit under the structure of the styling within Bricks, how they envision it, it goes under content. This is where I feel, yeah, the idea gets a little bit skewed. But as long as you know where to find it, you'll be able to do it. So we add in there 16 pixels. Let's give a small gap between the stars. Go up here to gap, and I'll just type in 2. That looks much better. With it still selected, bring in a basic text element. I'll look for text and click on basic text. Go to my document and I'll copy the quotation, select and paste. And nothing I'm going to change here. Bring in another basic text element. This will be the name of the person, basic text. And who is this? Nahima S. Copy, select and paste. And let's style it out. It's going to be a nice color. So we go for typography, color teal. And then from teal, the font size will be 14. And we'll go for our font family as space mono, and we put the weight on 700. And exactly who is this? Let's add another text block for that. So that's the basic text. Under it, click, it drops, and go grab the text. Kale Serafir, resident, regular. What is a non-regular? Oh no, a regular to the restaurant. Okay, not a regular resident. I was just thinking, oh boy. And we go ahead, select the text and paste, but we keep the font, which is by default on Work Sans. Just reduce the size. It is at 16. We reduce it to 14. Select the column. And we add spacing between the elements, which is under content. And this is a row gap. We make it 16. Now the name and who the person is, these two are too far removed. They do not look like they are actually going together. And to bring them together, I select Nahima S, then hold Shift and click on the next element, and they are nicely selected. Multi-select, right-click, and I'll just select Wrap Block. As I'm not applying any flex to them or direction, I just want them together. I can just put them in a block, and it removes everything else. It's nicely styled. Let's add a color to the background. Select the column again. Style, background color, and we make it paper. It is paper. Oh, so section background. I made a mistake. Section background is not paper. It is tortilla. My oopsie. We increase the gap between the top part and the 3 cards. Both of them are inside containers. You can look here in the structure on the right. This is container 1. This is container 2. That means we can select the section and just add more of the gap. The gap that we added here was 24 pixels, but in this case, I'm going to increase that to 48 pixels. That creates more separation and it looks much better. With this done, let's go to our second container and delete card 2 and 3. And duplicate card 1 2 times. Before we change out the content, let's go have a look on the other devices. For tablet portrait, looks goody. Mobile portrait, it's going to be stacked and we shouldn't have a problem. Though I do think we need more space between the columns. We do that by increasing the gap. With the container selected, go to content. Column gap is set to 8. Let's make that 24. How that looks on tablet and mobile. Mobile, we will have to adjust it. Again, go to container. This time it's row gap, but not 24. Let's just make it 16. Nice. And then the final test for us is how does it look on the front end when we test it within Pixify. Control S, Command S to save. View on front end and activate Pixify. Robots, activate. Scroll down. We get to the testimonial section. Yes, and I did a few unnecessary steps. In the end, actually, If I had just stuck to copy it and just quickly switch out everything, I would have done it in under 5 minutes. The beauty of reusing and just changing a little bit here and there. Many people don't like this. They feel it's cheating. There's actually psychological purpose behind it. When people see things on your website that are more or less similar, it feels like your website is consistent. And that's how you build out the brand, especially that look for your website. The consistency, very, very important. This is a very basic website. Sometimes the colors are so boring, the backgrounds are so boring for me. I also believe in being realistic in terms of what your website is about and how your website looks. If you have this amazing, flashing, modern, spectacular, Christopher Nolan produced website, and you just have this small little shop that are selling tacos, the two don't match. You need to have a website that matches what you do. It doesn't mean your website has to look bad, but don't overdo it. And the good designers understand that. You cannot always go for that massive production. Keep it straight and simple. Let's do the Contact Us section. We'll be doing this in 2 chapters. Chapter 1, we'll just build it out with a map, and then we'll bring in a little bit of extra design with the business hours in chapter 2. I want to put that separately, and I'll explain that when we get to the next video. I am baffled by the fact that every time I try to add a section, it adds it on top of the last section. Let me show you. I select the section, go to add section or go to add elements, click on section, and it adds it at the top. I figured it out. It took me some time, but usually when I prepare for the stuff, I'm like, okay, just drag it around. And then while we're doing these tutorials, how do I make sure it's at the bottom? It feels like it should just drop at the bottom, but it doesn't. So here's how we're going to do that. Undo first, Control Z, Command Z. First option. Go to the structure and click here in the open area with nothing selected. Go to Add Elements and Section. There it is at the bottom. That is the way. Undo one more time. Control Z, Command Z. This time, select the last section. Go to Add Elements and hold down Control Command and then click on Section, and it drops it at the bottom. Yes. I would have thought the Control Command click would rather be the non-default behavior, but that apparently is the default. Well, we always want to put a section at the bottom, right? Now we know. Click on the section, style, background color, and we put it on ink. Scroll to the top where we have this one, I am heading. Select the entire div, right-click, copy. We go to the bottom and then right-click within the container and select paste. Change out the colors quickly, so we can see at least this one we put back on turmeric, this one on tortilla, and this one we'll put it on paper. Use all 3 colors. Change out the content. Let me grab it here. First one is Visit Us. Select and paste. Next one is Find Taco Carnel in Kuilsrivier. Good. And then the last one, walk-ins welcome. Of course, it's a walk-in. Or order ahead on WhatsApp for pickup. We will fill up on weekends. Good. And there we go. Now we have this part. Let's change the name of the section in the structure panel. Select it. And then we call this Contact Us section. Let's see what's happening here. We have this container and then we have the div in the container. Below this, I'm going to bring in another container. So with the last container selected, if we understand correctly, go to the plus, hold down Control and click on Container. Yeah, now okay, we're starting to figure this out. Let's undo and just see again. Click on the last container. It's highlighted. Go to Add Elements and click on Container, and it drops it within the container. Good. This behavior, I've figured out now. Sorry for my ignorance. Control Z, let's do it one more time. With the container selected, go to Add Elements, hold down Control Command on your keyboard and select container, and it drops it below. Select the second container we've just dropped in, go to our layout and select 50/50. Select the left column, bring in a basic text element, basic text, and one more, 2 of them. Select the first one, we change the color, typography, color, turmeric, and for the second one, we put that on paper. Go to our data, this one is address. Not gonna copy that, I'll just type in here address, and paste this here. Let's make a few style changes. With the first one, I will change the font family to our good friend Space Mono and put it on uppercase. As I will be repeating this, I'm going to put these 2 in a block. I select address, then hold down shift and select the last one, right click and put it wrap block. And now it's nicely wrapped in a block. I'll select the block. Did I select the block? Yes, I did. And I'll duplicate it. Go to my document. For everything, the next one is contact. And that will be opening. Okay, so type in here contact. And paste our contact details. Let's make it look pretty. The first thing we'll do is add space between the heading section and the content here at the bottom. For that, I will select the section, go to content and row gap. We put it on 48. To add space between these 2, we will select the parent container, which is the column. Go again to content, row gap, and here I'll make it 24. Select the right-hand column, add elements, and look for map. Map Google, map leaflet, or map connector. I like the map Google of Bricks. Thank you very much. I don't need to bring an API or any secret key or whatever. Everything is done right here within Bricks. Select map Google. Then we select the element on the page to get to the settings. Type in the address. For this, I will just type in the town, Kuilsrivier, South Africa. And you can set the height. Let's change the height a little bit. Let's make it 500 pixels. And you can decide on the zoom level. What is 12? So let's make it 10. Is 10 zoomed in more or zoomed out further? Zoomed out further. Let's go for 14. Zoom in a little bit more. And then you have map type, road map, or satellite. I would say stick to road map. The map is really important. I've seen in my own daily life how often I find something on Facebook and I go quickly to their website and then I want to navigate to their shop. I'm in the car. I just need to click on the map. It will open my maps for me and I can drive there very easily. So we leave that. Let's clear it out. It's still on roadmap, but we clear it out. We'll bring in business hours in the next chapter here. Let's have a look though if everything we've done so far looks okay on responsive devices. Tablet first. Yuppity yup. We're happy. And then mobile portrait. It should be stacked. We need to add space here between these 2 columns. And that is based within this container. So we select a container, go to content, and then row gap. We add 24. While you were doing this, your little sister walked in and she is so impressed with the work you have done and she's asking you to show her how you are doing this. Tell her to follow the tutorial. With this, we wrap up this tutorial and then we build out the business hours in the next section so we can focus on that exclusively. What's next, Freddy? Well, we're going to build out the business hours in this section and also add a call to action that people can reach us on WhatsApp. Now, how does that business hours look like? It looks like this. Why am I putting this in a separate video? The reason is, you know, when I see this kind of design, I almost get hyperventilations because I know I am going to do it. But it's also one of those things, I'm not sure why, I cannot be calm when I design it. I'm so nervous I screw it up, even just sitting here by myself. It's not actually complicated, but you just need to get, I call it the Tupperware, you just need to get your container within a container within a container in the right order, and then you build out this beautiful section. Now, This is why I keep all of this for module 1, because when we get to module 2, I'm not going to talk about this is why I'm grouping it, I'm putting it in a block or in a div. Module 1 is really what this is all about, and it's one of the big learning curves that you have to master in Bricks. Bricks and Oxygen were really the first guys to bring this in. Others have followed. I still think Bricks does it probably the best of everyone. Many other builders, you cannot do this because they don't give you these tools. And that's why they give you add-ons and pre-made widgets and elements for business hours, or like here, opening hours. And then when you want to try and style it out, you always have a problem because you cannot get it to work the way you want it to work. And that is the benefit of having that granular control, is that you can create something like this, fits the design, and you have all the power in the world. But we're going to use container within container within container within container. Enough talky, let's doey. First of all, we created this block. And what I will do is select the last block and go ahead, right click and duplicate. First, we change the one here called opening hours, and then select the next one. I'll show you what we'll do. Opening hours, Tuesday to Thursday. Other thing I hate about business hours is I dislike typing this stuff. Let me select it again. Control V. Similar to what we did earlier when we were working on these cards with the amount on the left and with the pricing on the right, we're going to do exactly the same here. That means we're going to duplicate this. But before I duplicate it, let me style it. With it selected, go to Style. Color is right. No, I want to have the color on tortilla. And the size, I'll bring it down to 14. Now that I've done that, go ahead and duplicate. It will put it at the bottom, no problem. We'll fix that soon. And then go ahead and, no, I don't want to go here. 11 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Then we go back into the builder and paste. Same thing I did earlier, paste. Select the first box, hold down Shift, select the second one, right click and put them into a div. The reason we put them into a div is we know we're going to put them next to each other. We want it flex, so a div is the way to go. Go to the structure panel, select the div, and then we go to content first and put it on flex. And the moment we put it on flex, they are nicely aligned next to each other. Align self, make sure still that the div is selected. We want the entire div to stretch the width from left to right of the column, so we say stretch. And then next, we want these two to be spaced apart, align main axis, space between. Now we get here, we also have to put a gap between these two columns. So let's grab the container in which these two columns are, go to content, column gap, and let's make it 36. Now let's make it 48. Go back to our first opening hours and select the entire div. We add a slight border to the bottom, and I mean by slight, the color is a little bit faded. Style, or just select border over here. Click on the edit and only add the border at the bottom, 1 pixel. We put it on solid and we put it on turmeric, but we want to reduce that color. So we click on the color picker and I'll drag it down to around 40. Here, where I see the 40, click outside and you can see that line. Make it look better, JP. So click again on it, go to our layout, and we add a little bit of padding at the bottom. And that padding is 5 pixels, like so. Select the div again so we can see where it is in the structure panel. I'm going to change the name just for us to use as a visual guide. I'll call it opening hours 1. Nice. How many times do we have to change this? Let's have a quick look at our 1, 2, 3, 4. So we duplicate it 3 more times. Go to opening hours, duplicate. 1 more, and the last one. And let's change the first one. We call it opening hours 2. And this one, opening hours 3. and opening hours 4. Change the content, right? That was, and then Friday to Saturday. Select, paste. We do the same for this. This is where I usually wish there is some nice music playing while I'm doing this boring stuff. And paste the time. Select. And then the last one is Monday. Monday we do not work. We are bablas, we sleep in. And closed. Okay. Finally, it still needs a little bit of spacing. We added padding between the content in the div and the border of the div. But at the top, there is still not enough space. So the idea is we also add 5 pixels at the top that will space it nice and evenly. We talk again about this concept of fluid design and responsive design. If I add 5 pixels at the top, that means I have to select each of these guys now and go and add the 5 pixels. Then boss CEO knows in everyone's business comes along and says, oh, you should add a little more space there. And then you have to come back and select each one again and again and again. And that is where Flex really comes into play, is that we are trying to just change it one time. And whenever you want to add space between things, you have to think of a gap. And the gap is controlled by the parent container. And there is no parent container for these guys. They are not grouped. And that means we have to group them. So we do the same. That is why eventually we can get div within div within div within div within block at some levels. Don't let that scare you. That may terrify you coming from other page builders. The difference is with the other page builders, you just don't see it. You don't have to create it yourself, but the developers basically did it with their coding. Here, you are just doing it by yourself, and it gives you that extra power. I'll select the first one, hold down Shift, select the bottom one, they're nicely grouped, right click, and shall we go just for wrap in block? My answer is going to be no, but I'll do that first so we can put them in a block and you can see how that's going to work. I'll select the block in the structure panel here on the right. I'll just open it so you can see there's the opening hours. Select block, content, and oh, I'm so wrong. We can do that with the block. It's already set to flex. And the reason I'm excited about that, because it means I can now add the row gap. I want 5 pixels between all of them, and that's what the row gap is going to allow me to do. I'll add 5 and look at that beautiful space. So if that boss of yours comes along and says, I want 6, you just change it here to 6. If he wants 10, you change it to 10, and so forth. So let's put it back on 5. Click outside. Ah, nice. Let's see how it looks on our tablet. It behaves properly. And then on our mobile device, oh, man, this looks good. Your little sister is even more impressed. Go back to desktop. The last thing we want to do here for the Contact Us section is bring in a button. We are working with the column, so I'll select the column on the left, and then we go to Add Elements, and we look for the button, and the button will drop in. With the column selected, you click, it will drop it within whatever has been selected. We change the text for the button, which is order on WhatsApp. And here is the beauty. That's all I have to do. Of course, I have to change the link at one point. But in terms of styling, nothing else I have to do because we set it up way back. We went here, the theme styles, elements. We went to the button and we set it up all over here. Long time ago when we were still young. Let's add more space here so the button can stand alone. I will select the button and I'll bring in margin for that. That's going to be easy solution for me. And I'll bring in 48 pixels. Good. Are you happy with this? You can bring in a little bit of your own flair. But I think we've done a bang-on job here. Back to desktop. Before I congratulate myself, let's save and view it on the front end and do the ultimate test with Pixify. If you've only joined at this point and you are wondering what I'm doing with Pixify, follow the link in the description below. Pixify is an extension for any Chrome-based website as well as Firefox. There's a free version, and the free version is doing exactly what I'm showing you here. And then there's a pro version with additional amazing features. With a free version, that's all you need. You install it, then it is here as an extension within your browser. And then any website that you view, when you click on Pixify, it will give you responsive views. You can set it up yourself. And if you're done, you just uncheck it again and it goes back to the normal website. We do this in website building, whichever one you are using, because there are many kinds of apps like this on the market, because no builder gives you a true representation of how your page will look on the front end on different devices. Let's scroll here and look on the mobile devices. And then we get to our Contact Us section. Looks good, looks good. Yes, we are extremely happy. The map is probably too big for a mobile device. On the other hand, I often get frustrated when I go to someone's website and they have a teeny tiny little map there and my clumsy thumbs cannot get hold of it. So the bigger, the better. Good. Deactivate. And we are done with our entire page. We said we're going to be building 5 sections. We built the hero section. Then we did the menu, about us, testimonials, and you need absolutely no more for this shop. Small business, this is grand. They're going to be extremely happy with it. If they are big into Instagram, those are the kind of things that you can consider adding to the page, because food is usually about visual, right? You want to see how the food looks. We have 3 more chapters to go. Let's get it on. From the very beginning, you may have noticed this little, I call it a design element. So when you bring something in, it has no content value in terms of information. It's purely design. I usually don't use them often because I like a minimalistic approach. But when I worked on this website, I really thought it brought the character of what Cape Malay and the colors that we find in Cape Town. For anyone who's been to Cape Town and who's walked around, you will feel at home with this color scheme. We have a few challenges here. And this is something that from the days of the beginning of website making is how do I create content like this that's within a container and boxed? And then within the same section, I create more content that stretches from the viewport. And the viewport is the screen, your browser all the way from the left to the right. That is the challenge that we're ultimately facing here, is that we have this within the hero section all the way from the left to the right. And it doesn't matter how my screen changes, if it's on a desktop or whether it's on a mobile device, it will be all the way from the left to the right. But the content here stays within the container canvas. I'll scroll to the bottom because this is repeated here just before the Contact Us section. Nice. And always remember, you have to repeat these design elements once or twice across your website to bring in that consistency, create your branding, but do not overdo it. I will therefore create it first at the bottom, and we'll talk about that. Let's jump back into our bricks. And how are we going to do this? Let's work right here within our last section and have a look at what's going on in the section. We had a container and then we had a second container at the bottom. Click on the section part and then select elements and select container, and it will drop in a new container for us below the other two. I'm getting good at this. Select the container. The first thing we have to figure out is how do I get this container to stretch all the way from left to right across the viewport. The viewport, I will state it again, is the space in your browser all the way from left to right. And then you have the viewport height is from here at the top to the bottom. It's not your monitor, it's the browser's screen. So what I want this container to do is to go all the way from here on the left to here on the right. One thing that I can tell you about bricks is they have awesome documentation. And a lot of builders do not even tell you what the width is of the containers. You have to guess and you have to go around and ask AIs. But Bricks tells you that the container has a default width of 1100 pixels. So this little dude that we see here, stretches from 1100 pixels here to here. And that is a good design. That is a good decision for content on a page. Why this is important? Because it means that this container is actually restricted to 1100 pixels. By default, it isn't. If you just code it from scratch, it's not 1100. It will stretch all the way from left to right. But it's been told, hey dude, only 1100 pixels for you, okay? And that, when we want to change anything about size, we go to Style, we go to Layout. So select the container, go to Layout, make sure it's selected, and we are working with the width. It's empty, but if you were to type in there 1100 pixels, you'll get exactly the same thing. I can clear it, nothing changes. That is the default value. Can I increase it? Absolutely. Let's say you want to make it 1280. 128. And there, wow, look, it's a little bit wider. But what I want is to make sure that it's always the full width of the viewport width, the screen width. And for that, we use the setting 100 VW. And that means viewport width. And there you can see, ba-ba-boom, it's done. We chop it up to make columns. I'll go to the layout of the container here at the bottom, select it, and I only have 4, but I want to have more. Oh, we added padding by default in our theme settings, so we want to remove the padding here on the left and the right. Select the section again, and you will see we have 32. We'll just add 0 and 0. And I've added the 0, 0. Let me refresh, see if the canvas, it's still there. It shouldn't be there. 0, 0. Let me save, refresh. Ah, there it is. No idea why that had to take like it, but we got it to work. Let's go back to the container. Make sure everything is fine. Our direction is good. Let's select one of the first columns. So scroll all the way to the bottom. We have 4 columns. We are going to have in total 12. Let's start with the first column, and I will go to the style and I'll give it a background color, chili first. Then I will set the height. Now the height I originally used for this column was 10 pixels, but I want to make it a little bit bigger for the tutorial. So I'll go to the height and I'll type in 15 pixels. Here is where you have to accept that it will not look in the back end like it's going to do on the front end, because we're working with columns with no content in them. And builders often will still display those columns as kind of like placeholders. So how it will look in the back end is not how it will look on the front end. And I'll show you, we are going to duplicate this one. So we delete these columns, delete until we only have that one column, save it and go view it on the front end, scroll to the bottom, and you can see we have the 15 pixels here, even though it looks like this in the back end. So do not let that scare you. We go ahead and we duplicate, and we can just continue making a few of them. Let's make 6 first and change out the color. And next one is turmeric. Then we go for teal. Then we go for pink. Then we go for ink. And then after this, we go for tortilla. Good. Have a quick look whether it looks the way we want it to look on the front end. Yes, and then we repeat it one more time for all of them. And I'll just do this manually. It's just a design thing. Duplicate it a few more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we do the same sequence of colors. The most important part of this tutorial is that we are looking at the full width of the container and how to get the whole section to look like that. Make it pink, almost done with this. And this is ink. All right, but now we have one more issue to solve. If we go to the front end, all good and well. We've created this design bar, but I want it to go at the top. So let's do that first. And I'm going to call this container color bar so that I know what is going where. In the structure panel, and then I will go to this section, contact us. and collapse all the containers. There should be 3 of them. So the section has the container with the heading part, then the content part, and then the color bar. I'll grab the color bar and drag it to the top. Now it's here. How do we get rid of this space? The workaround here is that I'm going to remove the padding at the top for this section. I'll put the top at 0. Select the section, go to content, and go to layout. And then the padding at the top is 96. Put it on 0. Then select the color bar, this section that we've created, and add margin at the bottom of 96. Save. I want to refresh the page. As I hover over here, I see the 96 pixels, but there is space here, which I'm not sure where this is coming from at the moment. Let me refresh and see if it's got something to do with that. Otherwise, I need to figure it out. Scroll to the bottom. No, still a lot of space here. Is this row gap 48? Yeah, it is the row gap. So I'm going to remove the 48 at that level. So, very important. I'm not sure if you followed there, but if I undo, we added the row gap earlier here so that we can have the space here between this section and this container over here. But now it's adding the 48 pixels. Aha! I'm going to keep the row gap at 48, but instead of 96, at the top for the color container, let's go ahead and select it. Where is the color bar? I will also only add 48. Go to layout, 96, 48, 48. There, that looks perfect. And that's the same dimensions. I hope that wasn't too confusing. We'll do it again at the top so you can understand how it works. Good. Now that we've set it up here, we're going to take it all the way to the hero at the top. I will collapse everything here in the structure panel. Then I'll grab the color bar and I will duplicate it one time. And then I'll drag it up and put it to the right in the section of the hero. Let's close all of this and go to the section hero. Select it and same procedure. First of all, I will remove the padding of the entire section at the top. So we go, select it. It's put on 96. I will put it on 0. The section, go to content, doesn't have any gaps added. So in this case, we're going to add the 96 pixels back to the color bar. We'll go to layout and make it 96. Save. Let's preview it. Yes, that's right. And then we are going to copy the color bar, right click on a duplicate, and we drag our duplicate below this container. Make sure it is, where is it now? Undo, drag it, and a little bit. There we go. It's now at the bottom. So we do the opposite. First, select the section hero. We want to remove the padding at the bottom. The padding is at 88, so we put it on 0. Then select the color bar at the bottom. Remove the margin at the bottom to 0. And then add margin at the top, 88. That's what we removed for the padding. Save, preview. That's how you create that one. I feel we have to watch this video again to make sure you fully understand. We did run into a glitch, 1 or 2 from Bricks along the way. But if you get to that point and Bricks doesn't want to behave, refresh. You see, that works. Even the canvas reload didn't work. I had to refresh the entire builder. Tablet portrait. We cannot see really what's going on here. Ooh, what is this? Ha 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 ha. So let's go back to the front end first and switch on Pixify and see how it looks on mobile and tablet. Ooh, that is really funky, almost Rastafarian, but that's not what we want. By default, it's going to stack on these devices. So what we need to do is make sure it doesn't stack. Let's go to mobile. Select the color bar, and I should have done that at the very, very beginning. And then we go to content And the direction is set to horizontal. Here's an interesting feature. When things get too squashed in this setup, it is set here flex wrap to wrap. What wrapping means is that once I don't have enough space, Bricks is going to just start putting them stacked on top of each other. But I don't want it stacked. I'm going to tell Bricks, you know what? Squeeze as many of these guys in there as you can. I don't want wrapping. And that's where the no wrap comes in. You will see it doesn't display all of the bars. Let's save it, go to the front end, and see on the front end, it does display all of them, like so. This one, we also have to change it, and that's why I had to do this at the beginning. Choose this color bar, also put it on no wrap, and then go to our Contact Us section, select the color bar, and same, no wrap. Save, preview on the front. Nice. Pretty good job. Ooh-wee! And like I said, it can be done. You can find maybe a different way, maybe add them into different sections, bring them into more divs. There are so many ways you can do it. At the same time, make sure that when you want to make changes in the future to it, you can do it easily. That was chapter 28. And now we're going to look at the header, and then finally, in the last chapter, we're going to talk about the built-in SEO function within Bricks. Yeah, again, Bricks. Excellent. Skitterend. Yesterday was a rainy day. Today, sun is coming out. Tomorrow, rain again, but the birds are chirping outside. It's good motivation for making these videos. We bring in navigation. We'll bring it onto the page. We're not going to create a separate header template. All of that for module 2. This is a one-pager, so we can do it here on the page. Select the top section hero from the structure panel. Go to the plus and then add section. And this is the one time I really want it at the top. So finally got it to go. Select the section, already selected. We go to style, background, and we change the color to ink. From the beginning, I want to reduce the padding at the top and the bottom. That is under our layout. So we go to padding. I will link the two and I'll type in 15. Next, select the container. Let's begin working here. And we are going to work with one single column container. And I'll show you how we're going to space things out nicely. First, let's do our site logo. The little logo for, what is the name of this shop again? Taco Carnal. Bring in an image, emoji, and we'll drop in the image, select, and then go to content, select image. From my folder, there is my taco de taco. Select the taco and drop it in. Yum, yum. Let's change the size of this taco. For that, we go to layout and we put the width. What was it? At 36 pixels. And just to make sure it looks good on the height, I'll just type in there 36 pixels as well. Next to this, listen again. Next to this, I want to put the name, Taco Carnal. With the image selected, we go to add elements and just bring in basic text. Click, and as you can see, it drops it here at the bottom. That is standard, and by now you should know how we're going to get it next to it. But let's change Taco Carnal first. Select it, go to Typography, change the color, and we put it on paper. Let's change the content to Taco Carnal, Taco Carnal, Carnal, and then back to the style. For the font size, we are going for 22. And then our font family is going to be Francis, and we make it nice and bold on 900. To get these two to be adjacent to each other, we group them. Select the image, hold down Shift and select Taco Carnal, right click and wrap them in a div. Once you've done that, select the div, and then under content, we go and put it on flex. By flex, make sure it's horizontal row, which it is by default, and we add a column gap of 12 pixels, a little bit of spacing between the image and our name. There we go. As this is a one-pager, we don't have to link this to the home page. We can just leave it. Next, I want to bring in a button. Select the container, click on Elements, and bring in the button, and it will drop it below. But we know we want this to be in line, the same line as our logo. To do that, we select the parent container, which is the container. Select the container, make sure it is selected, container, and then we say that we want the direction to be horizontal. However, I want the button all the way to the right, and I want my logo all the way to the left. To achieve that, we have to add space in the middle, and we have this option here, align main axis, space between. Aha, and it's done for us. Thank you very much. Select the button, and I want to use secondary in this case. Nice. You see, we set it up all at the beginning. I don't have to worry about the colors. And the only thing I'm going to change here is the text. Select and add find. Ooh, my typing has gone for a ball. Find us. Now we add the page navigation here in the middle. Usually this I leave until module 2, even module 3. But I think let's tackle this from the beginning within Bricks, and that is bringing in the nav element. Select Elements, search for nav, which is your menu, navigation. And your first instinct will be to go for nav menu. This is WordPress menu style. We're going to go for nav Nestable. I want this to be between Taco Kernel and the button. What I'll do is click, hold, and drag it in, and it's going to be quite a challenge. Maybe that is where it should go. I drop it. It's not, I don't see it. Let's open the section that's going to be better. And aha, so it's after the button, and I want it to be between the div, our logo div, and the button. We can't see it because the text is all ink and our background is also ink. While I'm here, let's change the name of the section. I'll just call it header. To work with this, we definitely have to change the color of the text first. Select the nav and even go here to this and open it up to see what's going on here. So what you have here, and this is what we refer to as Nestable. I think there's still a lot to be done with Nestable here. It can bring in so many things, but Nestable means that I have an element, and inside that element, I have more elements. Like here it says nav items, and inside the nav items, I have a nav link, I have drop down, and I have these options, toggle close and toggle mobile. So Bricks gives us all of this from the beginning. It anticipates you probably want to use some of these guys. We will get much more into detail with this, but for our case, we're probably just going to delete a few of them. The first thing though is we want to see what's going on the page. I'll just scroll up here. Why this is challenging is you have to make sure you select the right one from the beginning. Think of this container, nav Nestable, as your master. If you want everything the same color, this is where you go. And we do want them all the same color, so I select nav Nestable. If I want them different colors, I will select the different elements down here. But let's stick to nav Nestable and select that first. So far, so good. Let's see what's happening here on the right. When we want to change the color of typography, we go to typography. We go to color. From our color palette, we choose paper. And there we go. Now we see what's going on. So there is a div basically that's called nav items. Select that and you can see the same box appears around these three. Inside we have these three, nav link, which is home. Then the next one, nav link, which is about. We don't see the boxes for them. And then drop down. We can see we don't need the drop down, so delete the drop down. And then there's toggle close mobile and toggle open mobile. We can't see them, but we'll get to them once we look at responsiveness for our tablet and mobile. Let's also delete this nav link over here. Click on it and delete. We only have this nav link. What is important, even though it says nav link, if you look at the breadcrumbs on the left, you will see that the element used here is called a text link element. If you click on add elements, and you search for link, you're going to see the element over here. Same icon, same icon. Yes, it says nav link, but the element used is actually just the text link element. And that's how you will build out everything here. It's got the names, but all the components are actually there within the elements. With the nav link selected, let's have a look to content. It is set to home and custom URL. We'll get to this. Let's just build out the header. And the first thing we'll do is put on the menu, our food. Let's call it our food instead. Great. So we have that one. Duplicate it. Now we have the second one. Select it. Change the name. We'll call this our story. One more time. Duplicate. Select the third one. And instead of testimonials, we call it reviews. And one more time, duplicate, and name this one Visit Us. Scroll to the top so we can see what's going on here. Let's style everything out now. The first problem I have is that all of these things are not center aligned. This is a little bit to the top. And if we want all of them nicely aligned, we select the parent container, which is the container. Select the container, then go to Content, Align Cross-Axis, Center, and everything drops nicely to the middle. We've fixed that one. Next, I want to change what we have here in terms of the font. Remember, you can start at nav items level, but we can also go to nav nestable level. And I'll just choose this one for now. Then we go again to typography. We've put it on paper. Let's change the font family first, and I'll put that on space mono. Go up, and I'll put it on uppercase, font size on 13. And I'll add a little bit of letter spacing of 1. And that's how we create that nice little menu there at the top. What I also want is that when people hover over any of these, it will give us a different color. But I only want it to change for the one that it's hovering over. If I select nav nestable or nav items and I change the hover color, it will affect it for all of these. And then when I hover over our food, it will also do the rest. So to make sure that we have the hover on a 1-by-1 basis, we have to do it on a 1-by-1 basis. Again, this is where you style out one, and then you duplicate it or you assign a class. But we're going to select the first nav link. Make sure your typography is open. And then here, where you see this box, the first thing you see here is the name, the ID of this element. Every element has a name that Bricks generates, and that appears here. Next to it is the selector, which gives us, again, the option to access the hover. We did that earlier, but this is how you get it on a element-by-element basis. Select. It shows you are in hover. Go to color and put it on turmeric. You can see there, it's now on turmeric. Click on the X to deselect hover, and it goes back to the original color. Now, when you hover over it, you see it turns to turmeric. So you do the same for the next nav link. Selector, hover, go to the color and put it on turmeric. One more time. Put it on hover. And for the last one, hover and turmeric. Just remember, whenever you've applied a hover state, not selected, this little arrow will appear pink. And that indicates to you that somewhere you have applied a hover state. And if you don't know where, you go and select hover, and then the pink dot will again indicate to you where you've applied the hover state. Good. Let's just make sure it works. Brilliant, brilliant, baby. So we have this great little navigator at the top. How do we connect this to the rest of our page? First of all, our food. When someone clicks on this, hey, before we do that, save. Save, because we have to talk about how it's going to look on our tablet and mobile. View on the front end, let's activate Pixify, and immediately you will see on mobile, we have this scenario here. On our tablet, it's good, and on our desktop, it is absolutely perfect. What I'm going to do though on my mobile is I'll remove this button. I will hide it so that it doesn't appear. And this way, everything will look very nice. Let's go back into the builder, hop on over to mobile and click on our button. Make sure the button is selected. Style, under layout, scroll down and look for display and select the bottom one, none. That's very important. And the moment I do that, you can see it disappears on my mobile. It's still there. It's just not displaying on mobile. If I go back to my desktop, it is still there, still on my tablet. But the moment I go to mobile, it is gone. Shall we do that one more time so you know where it is? This is one of those things that you have to learn about working in bricks. Select the element you want to hide. Go to Style, scroll down until you get Display and put it on None. Save it and we go to the front end to make sure it does that indeedio. Yes. And now we only have one more thing that we need to take care of. And that is this hamburger. The hamburger is fine, I like it. But look what happens when I select it. The canvas area of the hamburger is white. And the content that we have here appears there, but by default, that is white too, so we can't see it. So we style it up. Click on the hamburger menu. And this is where this thing about the toggle close and the toggle open happens. We saw that here in the structure panel on the right, and now you have an idea of where that button comes from. It's already set up by Bricks for you. We're not going to do this from scratch, and you just need to know that it is there and how it works. You can change the size. If we toggle open mobile, you can go to content and you will see here is the icon if you want to change that, and you have bar. You also have the styling in case you want to change the color. By default, it will be this, but if you want to change it to your icon, you can do that. Again, we'll do that on another time. So, how about the canvas where we can change that? Where is that? It's clearly not here. You can choose toggle close. It's also not there. Where you will find it is if you go to Nav Nestable. So select Nav Nestable while you are in the mobile view from the structure panel. Now, under content, you will see we have top level item, drop down, and mobile menu. We don't have a drop down in this website. We do have a mobile menu. Select. The first thing I will advise you to do is keep open while styling, and there you go. So now you can at least see what you are doing. We'll keep all the defaults. We just want to style this thing so we can see what's going on here. And this is again where the styling mostly happens here, because it's very difficult to figure out what is going on everywhere. The align items. First, let's change the background color here. You see background color, color palette, and we put it on our ink. We have peace. And then we go to align items. I'll put it in the center and justify content. We don't need to do it. It's already there. Okay. Now you can also see the close toggle that is over here. But let's talk about these items first. How can we make changes to them? For that, we go to our style, typography, text size, and put it on 16. Things look much better. Let's go for 18, make it even bigger. And let's add a little bit of more line height here. I'll put it on 2. Now, what about this close button? First of all, that's not a close button. It's a hamburger menu. So we need to change that out. In the structure panel on the right, select the toggle close mobile. And we go first to content and change the icon. And from the icon set, what did I do here? I forgot what I did. Let's go to Themify and search for X for close. Yes. Close. And I dropped the close in there. And there is the close button. Nice. So we've changed that, the icon. The color is white, and I'm going to change the size to 36. Go to the layout, and I'll just add margin here. Let's make it 48. And that's it. That's all I'm going to do here. We keep it straight and simple and basic, but I would recommend you really begin to understand the nav menu layout, how it works, what bricks give you, how you set up these nav links. This will really help you. And once you're done, go back to Nav Nestable, select that. Back to content, mobile menu, and keep open while styling, deselected, so you can go back to that. Save. Let's go to the front end. Click on the menu. Nice. And when I select, nothing happens because we haven't set up this navigation yet. We refer to it as a jump link. This is the last one we'll be doing for this header. Back into the builder. Let's go to our desktop. Let's start with the first link, our food. What I want is that when I select our food, it will scroll down to this part. Why it says I am heading? Let's call it the menu. I never changed this, I guess. I am heading. Or I want to go here. I mentioned earlier, before I got distracted, that when you select anything within Bricks, it has a name already that Bricks has generated. You can change that name, but you don't have to. I suggest just leave it. Don't make extra work for you. Unless it's a huge website and you want to know that name and easily identify it, that's when you change it. But we're just creating this, so I'm not going to change it. The name of every element appears here in this box. If I select it, you'll see it says class name, etc. I just want to copy this name. And once I copy it, I want to go paste it here so that when people click on our food, it will scroll down to the menu. Select this section again, then go to the B, this pink B here, and select copy CSS ID. That is exactly what it is. Do not just say Bricks ID. You need the whole name. And then click here. You see that hash? And it will even tell you in the middle. Do it again. Do it again, Bobby. Yep, there you go. Now go to the top or the structure menu on the right. In fact, you have to go to the structure menu on the right. Structure panel, not menu. And select nav link, the one with our food. It's already set up to link to custom URL, and there is a hash. So what we do is we paste the name with one hash. That's it. And then save. Let's go test it first. So let's go to the front. Click on our food. Oh boy, that was lightning fast, right? That jump is pretty scary. It will throw everyone off their motorbike. We'll bring in some smooth scrolling very soon. Let's do the rest of these links as well. Next is our story. So we go to the section here, our story, select the section. Here's the name, go to the B and select the hash copy CSS ID. Select, then select the nav link for our story, which is this one. Go to URL and paste. Make sure only that one hash. Let's do the same for the next one, which is revisit us. These two are in the wrong order. Let me just drag them somewhere. I messed that up. Reviews, third one. So let's go for the testimonial section. Select, same procedure. Grab the ID and go to the nav link and paste. And the last one is visit us. So we go to the bottom where the contact us section is. Select it, go to the B, copy the ID, and then go to the nav link, visit us, and paste it here. Let's test this. Go to the front, visit us, hard jump, reviews, hard jump, but it's all set up. Do not forget about the other call to actions on the page. Even here in the header, you have this Find Us button, and that will also take you to the Contact Us section. Let's copy the Contact Us section again, the name of it, select the section, copy the ID, the CSS ID, and go to the top, select the button, and now go to our link type. It hasn't been set up automatically because it's not part of the nav Nestable widget. This is on its own, so you have to do it all from start. And this is the standard way we do it. Select link type, we select custom URL. And then URL, you just paste that name there. And you can again go ahead and test it. Go to the front end, find us, and it jumps to contact us. Make sure for the rest, if we go back, here is another one with the same find us in Kuilsrivier. That's also going to take you to the contact us section. Select it, go to link type, custom URL, and paste it. There we go. Anywhere else? Any more buttons? No. And then we only have this one, CR Tacos, which is again the menu. Let's also copy this one. Click on CR Tacos link, custom URL, and paste. And then save. Let's add some smooth scrolling. And to get the smooth scrolling, you have to exit back to the dashboard, go to dashboard, select the B in the top left-hand corner, go to bricks, and select settings. Scroll a bit down to miscellaneous, and then here, smooth scroll CSS, activate, scroll to the bottom, save settings, and you can click here to go to the front end and test it, our story. Nice, smooth scrolling. We love it. Thank you, Danny, for that. No one knows who's Danny, but he's on the payroll. Good, we've tested all of that. The last one you may wonder is how do you set up this button here, order on WhatsApp? You're going to create a link again, and we'll do that, edit within bricks. And you'll add your WhatsApp number there with the following. Maybe you already know how to do it, select it, go to link type, custom URL, and paste this URL. https://wa.me, and then when you get here, / plus your country code and the rest of the number. You can find this online, but that's how you easily add this onto any link and it will open the WhatsApp, especially on the phone. Important here, you do need to do this one, open in a new tab. You do want people to stay on your site and just open this in a different tab, which will open up WhatsApp for you. But this is the structure that we go here for. This brings us to the end of Module 1 for Bricks, one of the best theme and page builders within WordPress. We're going to talk shortly about the SEO and social share functions or social media setup right within Bricks, something I wish that other page builders also had. But I just want to say at this juncture that I really appreciate the support. If you got all the way here, give yourself a thumbs up. Good job. I often get emails from people who did the whole course. They designed it themselves, and they even share their websites with me to show me what they did and how they changed things. I love it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I'm digressing. I want to talk about the SEO features right within Bricks. When you're working on a page, go to the settings that says Manage, and you'll find this option here for Page Settings. Select it, and two parts here you can focus on. One is SEO, the other one is social media. This is built right within Bricks, but if you are using a plugin that will control your SEO for you, you leave these two. Don't touch them. If you don't have SEO Press or Rank Math or whatever you are using, go ahead and use these features. They are there. You don't pay for them. Well, you did pay for Bricks, but I mean, you're not paying that extra for the plugin. First of all, if you go to SEO, you can leave the permalink, but you can add your own title here, how it will display. Then you can have a document title. You can add a little bit of a meta description with your keywords. Yeah, do that. I'm not going to go into that. That's a total different course by itself, and there are a million videos out there on better SEO. They are more confusing than helpful most of the time, but at least there is some guidance for that. The one I would recommend if you're not using any plugin is definitely social media. And this is what's going to happen when people share your page on any social media platform. Upload your image here, add a description, give it a title. Really helpful stuff here. Also with this, remember that once you are done with your page, just to make sure, go to your pages and your home page within WordPress and add a featured image here, add an excerpt. When you do that in Bricks, yeah, it kind of overrides this, but you never know at what time in the future something may break or not work, and then this featured image fallback is very important. The last thing that you have to do as well is to go to your settings, general, and make sure that you make your site title. What did we call this again? Taco Carnel. I think by now I should know. Taco Carnel. Great Cape Malay cuisine and choose your site icon. I'll just go for this one here. and set up the rest. Mine is already set to English South Africa, time zone Johannesburg. These are important. And these were all set up actually by local. I've set it up all here. Local knows where I am, what I prefer. So it even changes the language for me to English South Africa. And that's why when I want to delete something, it says bin instead of trash or trash can. Save the changes. Now when you go to the front, you refresh, your little logo is there. Nice. And you see Taco Carnel at the top in the tab, Great Cape Malay Cuisine. And when you get to this point, that little sister of yours that's been bothering you the whole time, call her in on her tablet, because mommy and daddy probably gave her a tablet when she was too young to use one. And now she knows and she's stuck to it, and ask her to test out all the links. So you tell her to click here on Find Us in Kuilsrivier and see if it goes down to the Contact Us section. Oh, we could have added a little footer here at the bottom. I would suggest you definitely do that. Just a one-liner here with the copyright symbol, and maybe put something of your name there. And the reason for that is it gives closure. This is an expectation that people have when they come to your website. When they scroll to the bottom, they would like to see that. Let's do that and not just talk about it. I'll do a very quick one so we can just add that. And now that we've learned how to do it, collapse everything in the structure, click here to make sure it's empty, go to Add Elements and select Section, and then I'll click on this section. Let's rename it to Footer, and I'll give it the same color as the Contact Us section with the footer selected. Go to Style, Background, and put the color on Ink. Then go to Layout, and the padding, I will put it on 15, and I'll link it for both sides. And bring in a little box. Where is that? Again, text box, basic text. And I'll just drag it here into the footer, into the container. Select the basic text, and then go to Typography first and choose Tortilla. Change the font. I'll put that on Space Mono. Font size, I'll drop to 12. I don't want that big. Next, I'll go back to color, choose the color picker, and reduce the opacity to around 50% so it looks gray. Can we make this italic? Let's try if we can put it on font style and put it on italic, a little bit different, and then put in your copyright here. Copyright 2026 Madman Productions. And that's all. There's your little footer at the bottom. Save. Let's have a look quickly on tablet. Yes, it works. Then also on mobile. Go to the bottom. Good. And then preview it on the front end again. Pixify it. And we go all the way to the bottom. There we go. Brilliant. It's the end of Module 1. Thank you for your time. Hopefully very, very soon we will introduce Module 2. In Module 2, we'll bring in the stuff that you expect for a multi-page. We'll also bring in the form builder, the form element, so we can bring in a contact form. And I'll touch on things like pop-ups. Hopefully those are not too complicated. I do suggest that if you got lost with putting things inside divs and containers and during this tutorial, watch it again. Just go ahead and watch it again. But most importantly, my own experience is you can watch it a million times, and the moment you start and you do it yourself, nothing works. The best way to get better at this is to go for that sandbox environment if you haven't bought bricks yet, and play around with it. And once you master it, delete it and do it again. Delete it and do it again. And very soon, second nature, baby. From me, JP, keep it strong.